we count many, many reasons to call you. Nah, 'cause when we call your name, you deliver. You got me lucky, got me hitting on the door. It's me and no lawless. Why would I exit? Oh, that be logical, what's I so only money for me, Shia? Still on still, matter of fact, it's certainty. There's no counterfeit to you or an instead. Oh, you're without an end. Or should we count many, many reasons to call you? Yeah, no, 'cause when we call your name, you will answer. Oh, you're without an end. Or should we count many, many reasons to call you? Yeah, no, 'cause when we call your name, you deliver. Oh, you're without an end. Or should we count it? Many, many reasons to call you. Yeah, no, 'cause when we call your name, you deliver. My kid got me hitting on the door like this. Me and no lawless. Why would I exit when I'm you? Triple down, body, spirit, soul type of kind of. Oh, damn me, logical, what's I so only money for me, Shia? Still on still, matter of fact, it's certainty. There's no counterfeit to you or an instead. Oh, you're without an end. Or should we count it? Many, many reasons to call you. Yeah, no, 'cause when we call your name, you will answer. Oh, you're without an end. Or should we count it? Many, many reasons to call you. Yeah, no, 'cause when we call your name, you deliver. Oh, you're without an end. Or should we count it? Many, many reasons to call you. Yeah, no, 'cause when we call your name, you deliver. Sling stones, kill giants. That's the climate. It's the science of your ownership. And we are only to our taste. In you there's liberty. Oh, there's freedom. You give clarity in our conundrum. Swing the heavens, a pendulum over it. Oh, you're without an end. Or should we count it? Many, many reasons to call you. Yeah, no, 'cause when we call your name, you will answer. Oh, you're without an end. Or should we count it? Many, many reasons to call you. Yeah, no, 'cause when we call your name, you deliver. You got me knocking, got me hitting on the door like this. Me and no lawless. Why would I exit when I'm you? Triple down, body, spirit, soul type of kind of. Oh, damn me, logical, what's I so only money for me, Shia? Still on still, matter of fact, it's certainty. There's no counterfeit to you or an instead. Oh, you're without an end. Or should we count it? Many, many reasons to call you. Yeah, no, 'cause when we call your name, you will answer. Oh, you're without Many, many reasons to call you. Yeah, 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 Nagasa. When we call your name, you deliver. Oh, you're without an end. Should we count it? Many, many reasons to call you. Yeah, 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 Nagasa. When we call your name.
Distinguished academics, distinguished scholars and administrators, good morning. I'm not the official anchor for the program, but I just want to welcome all of us as we sit and to take a few recognitions. We wait patiently for the #1 citizen of our university. We know the Vice Chancellor has a very busy schedule. As we speak, there is a delegation from outside the state that is taking his time at this moment, but he has said he will be with us very shortly. That meeting with that delegation is very crucial as this event that is being hosted by our university today. And so it's my pleasure to warmly recognize and respectfully announce the presence of the Director of Research and Development, representing the Executive Secretary of TETFund, Dr. Salihu Bakari. Welcome, sir. Please put your hands together. We want to welcome especially also our guest speaker all the way from Futa. He is Professor Ganiu Obu. Welcome, sir. I want to recognize the presence of the Provost College of Postgraduate Studies, our very own Professor David Izeko. Welcome, Prof. Another of our own, the Provost College of Medical Sciences, Professor Wilson Sado. We welcome you, sir. Please put your hands together. We welcome all the deans here present, and in no particular order, we want to welcome the Dean of BMS, Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Osadolo. Yes, thank you, sir. Welcome. And then the Dean of Medicine, Professor Wilson Osaogiagbon. Welcome, sir. We welcome the Dean of Social Sciences, Professor Moui Osunde. Welcome, sir. We welcome the Dean of Physical Sciences, Professor Ayo Unyi. Welcome, sir. We welcome the Dean of Life Sciences, Professor Imobe. Welcome, sir. And the Dean of Education, Professor Kingsley Omogiwa. Welcome, sir. And my own, I'll call her my dean, although I'm not in her faculty. My own very special sister, Dean of Dentistry, Professor Ize Iyamu. Welcome her, please. And then the Acting Dean of Management Sciences, Professor... Sorry, I know these names, but they are flying. Maybe I'm overwhelmed. Professor Evayo Osage. Yes, welcome, ma. We welcome the Director, TETFund, and NUC Projects, Professor Ehimema. We don't mind me, oh please. We welcome the Director, Alumni Relations, Professor Eddie Iragbe. No, I won't forget that one. That one won't fly. That one won't fly away from my head. Oh, we welcome all of you. very shortly, as I get the names, we shall take more recognitions. I won't forget Professor Ediahika Meno. Welcome. Director, Forensics and DNA Studies. Welcome, sir. And of course, Director, External Linkages and Internalization, Professor Ehije Enato. Welcome. Director of Legal is here, I won't forget it. Professor Tony Ewe. Welcome, sir. Professor Ogbebu, Anthony, Daddy, forgive me. Professor Anthony Ogbebu, welcome, sir. He's the professor in charge of our center that deals with. That's it too, yes. Thank you, sir. So, welcome to all of us. Who else can I? Do we have names? Professor Adeleye, welcome, sir. I welcome you specially. I welcome the director, EMC, Professor Akabwe. Welcome. And so we just wait. Oh, member of the university's governing council and former acting Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Professor Maureen Nebomoyi. Welcome, ma. Professor Angela, you are looking at me. Dr. Angela, Associate Professor, welcome. And so please, I crave your indulgence as we wait patiently for Mr. Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much. Oh, another former Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration is also seated, Professor Catherine Ukmoma. Welcome. So thank you, distinguished academics. We will start very shortly.
There's no counterfeit to you or an instead. Oh, you're without an end, or should we count it? Many, many reasons to call you. Yeah, 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 nah, 'cause when we call your name, you that's the climate. It's the science of your rulership, and we are only to our taste. In you there's liberty, oh there's freedom. You give clarity in our conundrum. Swing the heavens, oh pendulum of our heads. Oh you're without end, or should we count many, many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you will listen. Oh you're without end, or should we count many, many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you deliver. You got me knocking, got me hitting on the door like this. Me and the longest. Why would I exit when I'm you? Triple down, body, spirit, soul type of kind of. But that me let you go. What's your soul? You want to finish? Still on still. Matter of fact, it's certainty. There's no counterfeit to you or an instead. Oh, you're without end, or should we count many, many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you will listen. Oh, you're without end, or should we count many, many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you deliver. Oh, you're without end, or should we count it? Many, many reasons to call you. La 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 la. When we call you, you deliver. Slaying stones, kill giants. That's the climate. It's the science of your rulership, and we are only to our taste. In you there's liberty, oh there's freedom. You give clarity in our conundrum. Swing the heavens, oh pendulum of our heads. Oh you're without end, or should we count many, many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you will listen. Oh you're without end, or should we count many, many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you deliver. You got me knocking, got me hitting on the door like this. Me and the longest. Why would I exit when I'm you? Triple down, body, spirit, soul type of kind of. But that me let you go. What's your soul? You want to finish? Still on still. Matter of fact, it's certainty. There's no counterfeit to you or an instead. Oh, you're without end, or should we count many, many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you will listen. Oh, you're without end, or should we count many, many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you deliver. Oh, you're without end, or should we count it? Many, many reasons to call you. La 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 la. When we call you, you deliver. that's the climate. It's the science of your nation, and we are only to our taste. In you there's liberty, oh there's freedom. You give clarity in our conundrum. Swing the heavens, oh pendulum of our heads. Oh, you're without end, should we count many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you will answer. Oh, you're without end, should we count many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you deliver. You got me knocking, got me hitting on the door like this. Me and the longest. Why would I exit when I'm you? Triple down, body, spirit, soul type of brainer. But that me logical, what's I so only money future? Still on steam, matter of fact, you starting to. There's no counterfeit to you or an instead. Oh, you're without end, or should we count many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you will answer. Oh, you're without end, or should we count many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you deliver. Oh, you're without end, or should we count it? Many reasons to call you. La 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 la. When we call you, you deliver. That's the climate, it's the science of your nation, and we are only to our taste. In you there's liberty, oh there's freedom. You give clarity in our conundrum. Swing the heavens, oh pendulum of our heads. Oh, you're without end, or should we count many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you will answer. Oh, you're without end, or should we count many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you deliver. You got me knocking, got me hitting on the door like this. Me and the longest. Why would I exit when I'm you? Triple down, body, spirit, soul type of brainer. But that me logical, what's I so only money future? Still on steam, matter of fact, you starting to. There's no counterfeit to you or an instead. Oh, you're without end, or should we count many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you will answer. Oh, you're without end, or should we count many reasons to call you? La 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 la. When we call your name, you deliver. Oh, you're without end, or should we count it? Many reasons to call you. La 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 la. When we call you, you deliver. the climate, it's the science of your nation, and we are only to our taste. In you there's liberty, oh there's freedom. You give clarity in our conundrum. Swing the heavens, oh pendulum of our heads. Oh, you're without end. Should we count many reasons to call you? No, cause when we call your name, you will listen. Oh, you're without end. Should we count many reasons to call you? No, cause when we call your name, you deliver. You got me knocking, got me hitting on the door like this. Me and alone is why would I exit when I'm you? Triple down, body, spirit, soul type of kind of. But that me let you go, what's I so only money finish? Still on steam, matter of fact, you're starting to. There's no counterfeit to you or an instead. Oh, you're without end. Or should we count many reasons to call you? No, cause when we call your name, you will listen. Oh, you're without end. Or should we count many reasons to call you? No, cause when we call your name, you deliver. Oh, you're without end. Or should we count it? Many reasons to call you. Cause when we call you, you deliver. Swinging stones, kill giants. That's the climate, it's the science of your nation, and we are only to our taste. In you there's liberty, oh there's freedom. You give clarity in our conundrum. Swing the heavens, oh pendulum of our heads. Oh, you're without end. Or should we count many reasons to call you? No, cause when we call your name, you will listen. Oh, you're without end. Or should we count many reasons to call you? No, cause when we call your name, you deliver. You got me knocking, got me hitting on the door like this. Me and alone is why would I exit when I'm you? Triple down, body, spirit, soul type of kind of.
Please let's rise as we receive the vice chancellor. With the kind permission of the Vice Chancellor, please let's rise as we take the first and second stanza of the national anthem, and thereafter the Uniband anthem. Nigeria, Please, you may be seated. Great. Thank you so much for that intervention, Professor Eddie Ragbe, Director, University Advancement and Alumni Relations. Mr. Vice Chancellor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished academics and scholars here present, we'd like to welcome you to this very epoch-making event, the TETFund NRF Grant Writing Workshop Program, put together by the Directorate of Research, Innovation and Development, with the theme, Strengthening Research Competitiveness Through Grant-Winning Proposals. I have a singular honor this morning to introduce to us the very respectable scholar, a scholar of no mean repute, a pragmatic individual who has shown himself in the last 6 months to be result-oriented, to be a forward-looking individual across different stratas of our society and with respect to the University of Benin community. I am talking of none other than the 11th substantive Vice Chancellor of our great university and the first alumnus to occupy the office of the Vice Chancellor of our great university, Professor Edoba Omorige, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, is here with us this morning. Please, a round of applause for him again. You're welcome, sir. We have with him technical people. This mic, the feedback, please help me with it. We have with him this morning the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration, Professor Christopher Osubo. We also have with him this morning the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, Professor Victor Igbeneweka. We have with the Vice Chancellor also the Deputy Vice Chancellor at Kenwa Campus, Professor Boniyami Ainde. You're welcome, sir. We have also with us our Registrar and Secretary to Council, Mr. Ademola Bobola. You're welcome, sir. With the Vice Chancellor also this morning is our Acting Bossa, Mr. Gabriel Osadolo. And we also have our very own Acting Librarian, Toyo Magazine Esquire. A round of applause for the management team of our Vice Chancellor. This is a result-oriented management team. They have been giving us results ever since the day this hit the ground running. This morning we have with us our special guests who would be helping us with the workshop procedures and all that we have to do. We have representing the Executive Secretary of TETFund this morning is Dr. Salihu Bakari. Dr. Salihu Bakari is the Director, Research and Innovation TETFund. Please, let's welcome him to the high table. Sir, please make your way to the high table, sir. A round of applause for him. Until he comes up, don't stop clapping. They are the ones who approve all your grants. So you're welcome, sir. We also have with us this morning our guest speaker, a renowned scholar and academic. We have with us Professor Ganiyu Obo from the Federal University of Technology, Akure, Futa. Please, sir, make your way to the high table also. Please, a round of applause. I have the authority of the Vice Chancellor now to command you. So a round of applause for Professor Obo. Please keep clapping until he comes up. I also have the honor, you're welcome, sir. I also have the honor of welcoming to the high table Director, TETFund Interventions and NUC World Bank Centers of Excellence, University of Benin, Professor Ehishina Omorege. Keep clapping. This one you should clap until she comes up. You're welcome, ma. My boss, the public relations officer, already recognized a few of our officers, management members of this university. We have also, in no particular order, but we must also recognize the Provost College of Postgraduate Studies, Professor David Izeko. You're welcome once again, sir. The Provost College of Medical Sciences, Professor Wilson Sado. You're welcome, sir. A round of applause for them. We welcome all the deans and directors here present. We recognize your work for the university. Quickly this morning, we'll be welcoming the Director, TETFund Interventions, to give us her welcoming remarks for this workshop. Professor Ehishina Omorege. You're welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol as announced by the PRO office. I'm here before you this morning and honored to welcome you to this event, the TETFund Grant Writing Workshop hosted by University of Benin. This event is more than just a capacity building initiative. It is more or less a rallying call to rethink the future of research in Nigeria. We are gathered here at a pivotal time. Across the globe, nations are confronting urgent challenges, climate change, health disparities, food insecurity, and rapid technological disruptions. In all of this, research is not just a response mechanism. It is a proactive engine for innovation, policy reform, and societal transformation. I salute especially the foresight of the Directorate of Research, Innovation, and Development for convening this timely and strategic gathering. It reflects a deep understanding of the moment we are in and the boldness required to meet it. So I think the Director of DREED deserves a round of applause. Even though she's not here with us today, but she's here in spirit. And we must commend her for putting this together. My job is just to coordinate, and with our able team, I'm very sure this event will be a success. TETFund. In TETFund, we believe in the power of Nigeria researchers to generate groundbreaking ideas. Yet, for these ideas to attract support, they must be clearly articulated, methodologically sound, and globally competitive. That is why this workshop matters a lot. It is about equipping researchers with the skills, clarity, and confidence to secure funding and make real-world impact. To every participant here today, the future of our nation's development is not written without your contributions. Engage deeply, ask questions, push boundaries, and collaborate widely. This is an opportunity for all of you to do that. Let this be the birthplace of transformative proposals that shift policies, solve problems, and position Nigeria as a knowledge powerhouse on the global stage. Together, through shared vision, hard work, and unwavering commitment, we can chart a research-driven path to national and continental progress. I wish you all a rewarding and inspiring workshop experience. Thank you, and once again, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, TETFund Interventions, University of Benin. Talking about the Director, Directorate of Research, Innovation and Development, Professor Ngozi Onigbe. She's actually joining us virtually. So that establishes the spiritual dimension that Professor Omorege was talking about. So she's with us virtually. So please, a round of applause for her. She's watching us now for her great work. On site, she's being represented by Professor Susan Konyeha. She's here with us also on site. A round of applause for her. Thank you. We are right here at the highlights of this event. Join me with a standing ovation as we make welcome the Vice Chancellor, University of Benin, Professor Edoba Omorege, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for his opening remarks. Please keep clapping until he comes to the microphone.
Please may we be seated. So good morning to every one of us. Welcome to today's very, very important event. The Executive Secretary, National Education Trust Fund, Professor Architect Sonny Ochono, here ably represented by the Director of Research and Development, Dr. Saliu Bakari. Welcome. Principal officers of the university, provosts, deans, and directors, distinguished academics and administrators, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be with you at this TETFund National Research Fund Grant Writing Workshop being hosted by our great university. This gathering is both strategic and symbolic, as it affirms our bold ambition to reposition the name as a true national hub for high-impact, solution-oriented research. In this vein, research that speaks to the challenges of our times and inspires transformation on all fronts. At the heart of this transformation is our unwavering commitment to our 5-point agenda, which are anchored on academic distinction and innovation, purposeful research, staff and student welfare, infrastructure renewal, and last but certainly not the least, community engagement. Our mission is clearly to evolve from being a teaching-focused institution to a research-driven powerhouse. This we intend to achieve with clarity, with consistency, and with intentionality. One of the testaments to this commitment is the launch of the University of Benin's first ever pilot seed grant for research-driven innovation. This grant, administered by the Directorate of Research, Innovation and Development, DRID, is a milestone initiative that provides up to 1 million naira to support groundbreaking master's research with real-world impact. I thought we were going to clap for that. Now, it is in this regard that the workshop theme, strengthening research competitiveness through grant writing proposals, is seen as incisive and truly innovative. What makes the grant truly exceptional is not just the funding, but the quality and purpose of the projects they support. These are not theoretical pursuits confined to academic journals. They are bold, sellable ideas designed to address pressing national and indeed global issues. We are particularly pleased that these researches do not stop at discovery. They are pushed forward into policy formulation and practice. Young researchers are not just thinking, they are building. In supporting them, therefore, they are sending a clear message that the University of Benin is serious about nurturing ideas that can shape Nigeria's future. Significantly, this workshop comes at a defining moment. It is not just a training session. It is an activation ground, a space for sharpening vision, deepening capability, and igniting the confidence to compete and win in the global funding landscape. To our dear participants, I urge you all to see yourselves as not as mere applicants, but as architects of possibilities. Let your proposal be compelling. Let your collaboration be bold. Let your research have reach, and let it resonate where it matters most in the lives of people, in the decisions of policymakers, and in the progress of the country. The University of Benin is not waiting to be told what research it should do. We are leading by example and taking initiatives. It's expected that this workshop will further sharpen our skills and help achieve the desired results, and consistent with the very first agenda that I've set to myself, which is to advance the academic profile of the University of Benin. So on this note, that I wish to congratulate all the participants here and to wish you success as you devote yourself and your attention to this endeavor. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you, our very distinguished learned Sikh and Vice Chancellor, Professor Edoba Omorege. Please keep clapping until he gets to his seat.
As I resume my seat, let me do the formality of formally declaring this workshop open.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chancellor. I believe the Director of DRID is ready for us. She will be taking us on the objectives of the workshop? Okay, so we'll take the objectives of the workshop from the director of DREAD, Professor Ngozi Enrique. Sound, please. Hello. Else, we can't hear you, so we'll do the physical presentation. We have technical glitches here. Yes. So, ma. Please disconnect. Let's do the physical presentation. Thank you.
ICT, please, can you disconnect? Let Ms. Korea make the physical presentation by herself. Thank you very much.
Good morning, distinguished audience. All protocols observed. All protocols observed. Want to give this address on strengthening research for national impact at the TETFund NRF workshop vision. The National Research Fund grant writing workshop is more than a capacity building event. It's a deliberate and strategic move to cultivate a culture of excellence, innovation, and relevance research at the University of Benin. Its primary goal is to equip academic staff with the skills and insights to develop competitive, high-impact proposals under the TETFund National Research Fund scheme. This aligns directly with the Vice Chancellor's 5-point agenda, which champions innovation, academic visibility, and purposeful research outputs. At the Directorate of Research, Innovation and Development, we are committed to institutionalizing this vision through targeted interventions, progressive policy reforms, and multi-stakeholder partnership. Our work is informed by a forward-looking innovation model that moves beyond the traditional triple helix of university, industry, government collaboration. We now embrace the quadruple helix, which includes society as a vital fourth pillar, ensuring that research is not only rigorous and policy relevant, but also socially inclusive and responsive to the needs of communities. At the heart of our mandate is a belief in research-driven innovation, ideas that transcend academic publication to influence policy, improve livelihoods, and accelerate sustainable development. This workshop marks a key milestone in advancing that mandate, providing a platform for critical engagement, knowledge sharing, and strategic proposal development. We are therefore grateful to our facilitators, institutional partners, and participants for contributing to this vision. Together, we can transform Nigeria's research ecosystem and position the University of Benin as a leader in knowledge production and national development. I therefore urge you to sit tight and enjoy the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Susan Konyeha. Right about now, we'll take a special presentation on the subject, the NRF ecosystem and opportunities, to be presented by none other than the Executive Director, Research and Innovation, TETFund, Dr. Sahil Bakari, representing the Executive Secretary, TETFund, this morning. Dr. Bakari, sir. Please keep clapping until he comes to the microphone.
The Vice Chancellor of this very, very great university. Also SAN, because SAN means so much to those who know, and even those who do not know. Other members of the management of the university, distinguished, very senior members of this academic community, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I stand on behalf of the Executive Secretary of TETFund, Architect Sonny Ocheno, first and foremost, to express his deep apologies for his inability to be here in person. I conveyed these apologies to the Vice Chancellor yesterday because the ES had made all arrangements to be here until Friday, when Mr. President himself directed that he should go for another assignment today. And we all know that presidential directive will certainly outweigh his own desire to be here. But he was really, really unhappy that he is not here. And I will try as much as possible to represent him, but it will not be the same. Yeah. The ES has asked me to personally congratulate the Vice Chancellor for his well-merited appointment as the Vice Chancellor of this great university. For us, he is also an alumnus of this university, so he knows everything, and everybody knows him in one way or another. So there is no room for him to start to learn anything. He will hit governance or leadership the moment he took over, and we have seen it. I will give you one example. Before he came, there was this lingering problem with our Center of Excellence in Agriculture. He came on board. Within a few months, not only he measured up, but he surpassed other centers in this country. And this earned this university a handsome award of 400 million naira, I believe. For us in TETFund, our Vice Chancellor, son, is visionary, focused, and goal-oriented. And TETFund see your emergence as a turning point for Uniben and TETFund relationships. As a matter of fact, Uniben is no longer a stakeholder in TETFund, but a partner. And I assure you that so many good things will come, because there is saying that all your children are equal, but those children that you love best. And the other children will also know by the way you act and react. And so on this, I will go ahead to make the presentation by the Executive Secretary. And before then, to our work on NRA. Academics are excellent in their own fields. But when it comes to doing other things like writing research proposals, management of grants, budgeting, they may not be the best, because they are always very busy focusing on their own areas of interest, which is super. NRF. And I tell them, never get tired. cardinal principle is something that actually needs to be celebrated in this country. The NRF is competitive. Oh, okay. The NRF is competitive. The NRF is competitive and intended to address the paucity of funds necessary to facilitate cutting-edge level research. The key word here is competitiveness. If one university will be able to win the entire NRF grants, we'll be willing to give that university the entire grants. There is nothing like quota system. There is nothing like geopolitical zone. In fact, there was a 4 or 5 years ago, a BOT chairman wanted that we should regionalize it, and we told them, look, NRF is supposed to be competitive and would remain competitive. So, in other words, if Uniben is interested in getting the entire grant, and if they are capable and able, they will get everything. It is important to highlight that the research is expected to be applied on groundbreaking problem solving within the context of national priorities. And the national priorities are defined, we'll see them later. And the funding limit for now is 50 million naira. And actually I expect, even though we are contemplating at TETFund to increase this amount, because 50 million naira in 2009, maybe it's less than 10 million naira today. So there's need to increase the threshold, the funding limit of 50 million. But we also expect members of the academia to also observe this. We have not got any serious complaint from the academia to say that this 50 million is inadequate. Surprising, right? Yes. And the BOT will always tell us that we cannot just assume. Because when you complain about IBR, anywhere we went, we talk about NRA, 2 million was too low, and we increase it to 5 million. So if you also complain that NRF needs to be jacked up, I assure you will jack up. Because this money is meant for you, it's not meant for us. So the NRF is implemented through the NRF Monitoring and Screening Committee, which is set up by the BOT. Presently, it is made up of 59 membership. Yes. And out of these 59, 50 are from the universities. 3 or so from polytechnics, and 4 from polytechnics and colleges of education. And then ASU again is represented by 2, making 52. So in other words, really, this committee is set up by you and for you and with you in mind. And I would like to also say this clearly. Throughout, I've been managing NRF since 2016, 17 to date. And I would say this, I said it before and I will say it again. To the best of my knowledge, true to my conscience and belief, and true to God I serve, I've never ever influenced one NRF award. And I didn't also allow it. I didn't allow anyone to influence it at all. None of the ESs that I worked with ever asked me who got it and who didn't get it. But yes, we used to have challenges coming from National Assembly, with some of us from the universities sending their applications through their constituencies to send to me that, please, this man is from my constituency, we should be able to help. I never said I will not help, but I never helped. Yes. Because if I say I will never help, if I say I will not help, it could affect me. And if it affects me, someone else can or may replace me that will actually help. So the best thing is to play what I'm doing. I'm neither here nor there. But I assure you that I have never ever influenced, and I will never ever do so. So the NRF has these responsibilities. One, they pre-qualify applications for research grants. They categorize pre-qualified research proposals into streams and disciplines to ease assigning of assessors and reviewers. They recommend pre-qualified and categorized proposals. They serve as members of the NRF proposal defense panels. They monitor and report progress of ongoing research work, and they carry out any other responsibilities as may be assigned by TETFund. So everything resides with them, in essence. And I always remind NRF committees members that there is no member of Nigeria's community that is as trusted as a teacher. The whole trust on lecturers or teachers is unequaled. Because one, it is assumed that you plan your class. It is assumed that you taught. It is assumed that you assessed. It is assumed that the assessment was good. It's on that assumption that universities even give degrees up to PhDs. So the trust on you is very, very, how will I call it? It's unequal. And I also always remind our professors in NRF that under no circumstances we should allow our subjective biases to influence decision of NRF grants. Because doing so will amount to compromise, and doing so will amount to corruption, and doing so will compromise academic standards with its long-term consequences for development. And I believe very strongly that they are doing their very best. NRF has three main research categories. That is HSS, Humanities and Social Sciences, Science, Engineering and Technology and Innovation, SETI, and cross-cutting. We started with the HSS because 3 weeks ago I was at the University of Jos, and somebody, very senior person, complained that TETFund is biased, is not funding what do you call it, humanities, under NRF. And I assured him or her that at least between 35 to 40% of NRF grants go to HSS. The only problem is that she or he didn't get it for reason best known to the assessors. So please do not be, don't think that there's any area of the academic endeavor that does not attract NRF grants. Under the categories, the NRF, the humanities and social science and technology, we have social development and welfare, gender equity and social inclusion, governance, politics and law, history, culture and religion, population and migration, education and human capital, tourism, sports and recreation, national integration, conflict, defense and security, economic development and globalization, languages, literatures, and media. These are key areas under HSS. And under SETI, we have agriculture and food security, science and engineering, health and social welfare, sustainable use of natural resources and terrestrial ecosystems, power and energy, water and sanitation, transport, IT, computing and telecommunications, geoscience, industry, innovation and infrastructure, space science and technology. And under cross-cutting is actually intersects between SSS and SETI. Entrepreneurship and wealth creation, environment, housing and urban regional development, resource governance, science and technology, innovation system management, blue economy, clean and affordable energy, and so on and so on. So these are the key areas that we are looking at. And I believe these areas will have encompassed virtually every aspect, of academic life. And the NRF grant management cycle starts with this. You have, we receive grant applications. We start with concept notes. We ask for concept notes, and then after which proposals are invited, When invited, they're invited, fund grants, we fund the proposals based on selection criteria. Then we monitor and evaluate funded projects. We expect to close out the projects, of course, and then we make policies out of the NRF grant cycle. The issue of, I must say this, the Vice Chancellor, sir, majority are not able to pass through the first stage of concept notes. We get about 7,000 applications, out of which about 540 or so transit to second stage. And many are not able to do it, not because they don't have an idea, far from it, simply because they don't observe some of these rules. And I will tell you some of those. One is this: if concept note says not more than 1,000 words, and you submit 1,001 words, that concept note is not assessed at all. Those in the computing system know what they do. The system will automatically reject. So assessors do not even have access to it, yet we pay them for that assessment. I hope that is clear. And this is one key area. So if they say 1,000 words, try to have 980 words or 990. Because sometimes you may have a double word that you think is one word. It's possible. Because it depends on the system and the English we are using. You know, the Englishes nowadays, you have so many of them. So this is one key thing. And another issue is this: we sometimes fail to relate our topic to national development or regional development or particular, because it's supposed to be applied research. We don't want to know how blue is the sky. If you like, you can argue that the sky is green. We don't really care. All we care about is what we can use this sky for development of humanity. So as much as possible, we shall try to relate our topics to sustainable development, to sustainability. And this is another area. And the third area is our methodology. Because I think methodology gets about 15%, and it's very huge. And then the likely impact. So take your time to do real, it's like an abstract really, that says everything. We are not new to writing abstracts for conferences. And so many abstracts are not accepted simply because, not because we don't have an idea, but because we are not able to communicate. So the communication is very, very key. And there's always a likelihood that once your concept note goes through, you have 70% chances of getting it. So we call up for concept notes usually through national dailies and on TETFund website. But we also try to leverage other academic platforms like the VCs platforms, the directors of research. We make sure that we send as much as possible so that people are aware. And again, if I were to suggest, I would say that you don't start writing your concept note when call is out. Start working on it now. The more you do it, because you keep on, we all know that even for a PhD student, they write their titles, their topics many, many times. They keep revising and revising and revising. That's always how it goes. I had one student that didn't like me when I supervised his master's because he rewrote his chapter 1 17 times. And each time he wrote, I would say, this is really good. But then I would make so many comments that will make him doubt whether it's good. But it is, because for everything you write, there is something interesting, something new. But I really ask that this is, and I saw that student as a potential professor. So I was actually grilling him to ensure that he understood what, to start from even the master's level, what it, So if you start early, and again, if you share with your colleagues, this culture of people hiding their work, is a serious problem in Nigerian universities. But for NRF, you are more likely to succeed if you are working collaboratively. I assure you this. If you go into the field of medicine, people celebrate surgeons, but they never do it alone. Any serious surgery is not done by one person. It's done by a team. I hope I'm not into medicine, but I believe that's what happens. And I've never gone through surgery, but I believe that's what happens. So, this culture of hiding what we do, sometimes we even publish and we hide. The essence of publication is for people to read. But when you publish, you hide. You are waiting to surprise your colleagues during promotion. I'm sure I'm communicating. So we need to, look into our titles, our topics, make it attractive, whether we like it or not. Every research is political. These things, they have agenda. You need to do something that will be attractive to me. And we always do it, even in our age. When I go out, I know I am old, but young girls say, you're looking young. I know what they mean. And I appreciate it. Tomorrow I also try to look much younger. So as much as you can, try to share your thoughts with your colleagues. They will not snatch anything from you, but they will help you to build it. There's likelihood that if you peer review your title, your thought, you are more likely to get something new that will improve on your work. So at the end of the day, whether you acknowledge the person or not, the credit goes to you, not to the person. So for us to be eligible for NRF, all TETFund, all applicants, the principal investigators must be permanent staff of public universities, polytechnics, or colleges of education. And the PI must be personally active and will be held to account, will be responsible for the conduct of the research. The proposed budget must not be beyond 50 million. Again, this is another area. I've seen one research proposal, so excellent. In fact, the NRF committee invited me, but they have this excellent proposal. But the budget is about 150 million. What can we do? I said, I don't know what we can do, sir, professors. But it's a very simple thing. However good your response or your answer is to a question, if you didn't answer the question, you have not got it. It's called out of point. And you cannot change your research topic to answer that question at the examination point. But I offered something, that we have what we call maker research. If that proposal is good enough, recommend it to TETFund, we consider it under mega research. Because for mega research, we can fund up to 500 million. And the money is still there for mega research. But under NRF, we cannot fund anything more than 50 million. But the problem, again, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, is this. As I said earlier, many academic staff may be very good in their areas. But when it comes to budgeting, it's not their problem, it's not their field. So they throw money instead of really budgeting. And your assessors will see clearly that you are putting money where you shouldn't. And the assumption will be that you're after the money, not the project. And that's why research management offices, directors of research will have a role to play in your applications. It will again be very good. They look at your budget very, very well. Many of us spend only 10 minutes, 20 minutes to do the budget. But you spend 5 months to do your proposal. But without the money, you cannot do the project. So we have to actually dedicate time and energy to do the budget. And of course, we make sure also that no member of NRF will apply for the NRF itself because of conflict of interest. And again, if you do not close out your previous NRF, we will not want you to apply for next NRF because you will be overwhelmed. You are doing one this year, we have not finished, you are applying for another one next year, and then you are applying for another one another year. But you can be a member of another team, but not a PI. And false declaration of rank or any other information can actually lead to withdrawal of even the awards. The TETFund supports NRF is the maximum duration of 2 years in the first instance, but we're having problem, seriously completion rates. Again, this is, for me, the product of poor planning. You know, if you think that you can just finish something by whims, you are wasting your time. You can't. You have to allocate time for your research. If it's daily or weekly or monthly, you just have to dedicate time for your research. Otherwise, days come in and out. Before you know it, it's time for monitoring, it's time for closeout, and we are not able to do much. And this is a very serious issue for us. And even for the BOT, the closeout rate is very, very poor. And we need to do something about it. And I believe this kind of capacity building program will help achieve that. TETFund does not entertain a review of approved project costs, but may grant approval for the scoping of TETFund projects. The problem is this. This year's allocation of TETFund NRF is 7%. The moment we distribute this money, there won't be any money again. So even if you ask for additional money, we won't find it. You can't give what we don't have. The best we'll do is to help you. If you can't do it because of ABC, we ask you to rescope, and you don't want to rescope. The most important thing is, let's have very careful planning for the NRF so that we're able to execute it effectively. I think we are done with that and with the application procedure. Then we have a template for assessment of proposals. I have it here. Everything is 100%. And since we have the soft copy, I believe members of this community will have it so that you are guided, so that you know areas of importance. You know, sometimes you tend to focus more on areas that may not give you so much marks. But the cutoff marks usually is 60. This year, they moved it to 70 because the applications were very good. And we couldn't give more than our money. So in other words, if the applications are extremely good, we can even move it to 80. And it's good for you. And that's why I always congratulate anybody, whether you succeed or not. The moment you are asked to submit your full proposal, I congratulate you. Because you must belong to top 3, top 4%. Now, the NRF ecosystem. The NRF ecosystem are one, the researchers, the research teams. Who are the principal actors? Then the beneficiary institutions. Because all our vice chancellors, not to the individual researcher. And we always insist that the will be held to account. Because we don't know the PIs. We know the vice chancellors. So we know the PIs through the vice chancellors. So if we are going to recover our money, the university will be involved. That's what it means. And then the NRF Screening and Monitoring Committee that are supposed to do the screening exercise, and TETFund itself, because we do the administration and funding. We also facilitate disbursements, monitoring, and accountability processes. Another ecosystem that is very key is innovation and commercialization. I'm sorry, when you are talking to senior people, it's enough to drain you. So, NRF encourages projects with potential for commercialization or policy implementation. Thank you. And someone also mentioned triple helix. We are very much interested in advancing triple helix, whereby government, academia, and industry collaborate to advance products of research into commercialization of goods and services. We are also interested in monitoring and impact assessment of NRF. Opportunities for NRF. One, as I said, is the research grant funding of up to 50 million. It provides us with collaborative research networks. NRF encourages you to work with your colleagues from within this university and other universities. Capacity building. It provides us with opportunity for training on proposal writing like the one we are doing. Mentorship programs for early career researchers. Enhancing research and innovation. It also aims to strengthen institutions, develop research infrastructure, build more labs, data centers, simulation centers. It encourages innovation and commercialization, enhances national and global visibility, and policy impact and development. I think I'll stop here. And if there are questions, I'll be happy to respond. Thank you. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, thank you so much for the opportunity. And I realize that I'm taking much time than I needed to. So, but I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salihu Bakari. Please sit.
Please, can we give him a resounding applause? Why standing? Let us stand up to applaud him. Why standing, please? The Executive Secretary. Let me especially thank Dr. Bakari for very incisive delivery. You can see when a scholar is making his presentation, you have no doubt at all. He doubles not just as a scholar, but also as a policy expert. Because the idea of managing funds is beyond scholarship. You must have capacity for policy management to be able to do what Dr. Bakari has been doing for many years now at TETFund. On behalf of the University of Benin, let me especially thank you for this very incisive intervention. I'm sure many of us have been hugely enlightened from the discussion. So it's now my privilege to invite us to field questions and, if possible, make comments. But we will have to be as brief as possible. And it's not an all-comers affair. If you are going to repeat what others have said, there's no point. Because we have a long day. So I'll be taking questions and comment no more than 10. No more than 10 because, maximum. And the reason is clear. We have a long day. And we want to be as impactful as possible. So if you want to make comment, I would like see your hand up. So that I will give you number. Huh? If you want to make comment, just comment. Then no question. Huh? No. Yes, Dean of Social Science, you are number 1. Any other comment? Yes, Professor Bamikole, you are number 2. Is the hand up? Professor Ima, Prof, you have become so handsome. Huh? Very, very handsome. I know you have always been handsome, but even more handsome. Professor Ima, yours is a question of comment? Comment, fine. As you are number 3. Yes. I know you would ask the comment. Professor Eddie. So then number 5. Any comment? Number 5. Yes. Vice Professor Edoson. Number 5. So those are for comments. For questions, and I'll plead with the young scholars here to ask questions. Because, this one is actually, I know that the older folks also can ask questions, but I'm more interested in the young ones, asking questions so that you have to be clear what you are not sure of. You need to seize the opportunity so that you can get clarification. So the young ones amongst us, let me see your hand up, please. 5 of you. 5. Question? Is the lady? Okay. Yes. That's who? Okay, so the first lady there, you are number 1. There's a man, you are number 2. Okay? There is Angela, you are number 3. Who? Up there. Where's the one? Standing okay with bedded as number 4. Then finally, gender balance. Let's see another lady hand up. Huh? Who? Over. Okay, so I will not exclude them. Whoever is from there, I'm not saying lady, number 5. Okay. Permit me. Sorry, I know it will be stressful. But please, let us keep our questions very short and our comments also very short. So we'll start with comments. Number 1.
Thank you so much for that enlightenment. And my comment is very clear. I have actually been writing concept notes for grants with TETFund. All my concept notes have gone through. But the main proposal is where I have an issue. Even when I try to extend hands of fellowship to other scholars who have benefited from these grants before, probably some professors in University of Ibadan and so on and so forth, because they are the one that actually recipients of these TETFund grants mostly. So I network up to them and they do some adjustments up and down on the proposals. Five concept notes have gone through over the years. But the main proposal is where the issues are. Even though I've tried it doesn't go through. I don't know whether it's the budgeting aspect, whether it's other aspect that is
Just
Thank
a
you.
question, it's not a comment. Are you indicting and TETFund? You know, because I don't know the question. So we'll assume that that's a question. Yes. And I think that the question has been answered. Huh? Dr. Bakari has spoken extensively. He has said that you need to focus on at least 3 issues. I was listening rapidly. He said 3 challenges. Number 1, there must be compliance. So if you have only one thing that's missing, if you are asked to keep your word count to 100 and you make 101, you're out. So if you didn't know now you know. Huh? Because sometimes you say, it's only one, just one, it doesn't matter. You know, but you are competing, so you need to comply. Okay? That's number 1. Number 2, he talked about national impact. So if you are theorizing without national impact, without giving us what you think this your research will achieve for the country, for instance, and perhaps even globally, assuming you want to go very global, right? So I think that it's best that you limit your focus to national impact, you know. And if you are thinking of solving the problem of the entire world, you know, it may be a good research, but that is not what NRF is about, correct? Good. So, and then finally talked about methodology. So many of us will just, you know, pontificate based on our own perception of what things should be or should not be, whereas you need to define what is your research method. All that you are saying, from, you know, what is the method of your research? Are you empirical or is it a doctrinal approach? And so on and so forth. So you need to define your research method. And if you don't, you're out. No matter how brilliant you think your research proposal or your concept of is. So you have to be very, you know, strict on it. So number 2, please. Number 2 comment.
Our director, Dr. Saliu Bakari, thank you very much again for your great presentation. And thank you for making our country proud. We know, blessed to have somebody like you in TETFund. My comments are appeal, although we have done this through some avenue before now. The first has to do with the issue of variation, which TETFund does not consider. In view of the inflation, a very serious one in the country, now that we're lucky to have you in our midst, I want to appeal that the TETFund should kindly take a serious look at that. We know the exchange rate of dollar to naira now, naira to dollar. Number 2 has to do with this condition when you are applying for funds to attend international conferences. The rule of TETFund is that once your registration cost is more than 500 USD, you're automatically out. 500 USD to us in Nigeria is a big amount of money, but to the organizers of those foreign conferences, it is nothing. Great conferences in the world, you're surely going to pay more than 500 USD. Please, Director Sir, kindly consider these 2 appeals. Each time we have M&E team in our university, get this to fund. I don't know if those appeals are well delivered. Now you are with us. Kindly help us to take a look at that. Thank you very much again, sir.
Thank you, Professor Bamikole. So number 3, comment. A third comment. Professor Emma.
My name is Emmanuel Aikbokan. I would like to commend the Vice Chancellor and the TETFund representative. I also want to commend you, the TETFund, for improving on their templates year in, year out. Well, in the course of your talk, you mentioned that that is writing the concept note above the required word numbers lead to a disqualification. But I recall in the last dispensation, use a template that actually tells whether he's overshooting the point or not. And I want to know whether, even in spite of that, whether this situation still arises. No, it's a comment. I'm commenting on the template now. Whether
Prof, of course you know that that's the question. But,
okay,
let's go. Is that all you have to say?
Yeah, I have more, but I think it's all in the same line.
Okay, fine. I mean, it's very easy for you to know whether you are overshooting. If you are familiar with the use of your laptop, it's easy for you to go and navigate, determine whether you are out of it or not. Even your keywords, form part of the, keywords. There's some words that you think they are not counted. They are counted. Like if you have an affinated word, for instance, you may think that, there's just one word. They may be counted as two, and so forth. So I think it's straightforward. Number 4, please. Number 4 comment. Who is number 4? Have you forgotten? Oh, that's Professor. Oh, Eddie. Professor Kungwa, just hold on. I think you are number 5 on the comment list, while Eddie is number 4. Let Eddie speak. Eddie, go ahead. Are you number 5? Forgotten. Okay, you are now number 4. Speak. While Okungwa is number 5. Or does he have the microphone already? Oh, you have the microphone, so you are number 4. Please speak. Eddie will be number 4 and number 5. Professor Okungwa, please speak.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. I just want to commend and appreciate the TETFund team. Since we have so many problems unsolved, I want to appreciate them for making our VC not just somebody requesting, but now a partner of TETFund. And also, with this recognition, it means majority of our company will be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kumboa. Now we'll go to Eddie. Eddie, please keep your comment short. You know you have capacity to say many things. And very many good things for that matter. But keep it short, please.
My visit, my fact that said no to the conclusion just now, but you're missing link, very major link. In the sense that you're giving grants for
Thank you so much, Eddie, for that brilliant comment. I'm sure Dr. Bakari has something to say on that. I know that there are some thoughts along that direction at the level of TETFund, so but he will expand on it more. Then I will go to the question side of it. So number one on the question side.
Thank you, Chancellor and TETFund, for this enlightening lecture. My question is this. I remember when you were taking the lecture, you talked about the PI must be a permanent academic staff. Before now, I've always thought that for NRO grant funding, the PI must be a professor in terms of rank. I want clarification concerning that. If a junior academic staff like assistant lecturer, lecturer 2 or lecturer 1 are qualified for applying for this grant. Thank you.
Is it just applying, or that you want to be sure if the PI, the principal investigator, can be of a rank below professor?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I know, that's your question. So number two question here.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the lecture. My question is, what's the current trend about implementation with regard to sudden changes in inflation? For example, you started a project like our project, NROF 2019, we started. So as we went on the field, we could not collect blood samples from human populations that we wanted to use. They said COVID-19 came. Took 2 years before we could convince them to get blood samples. But we have been said to have started the grants. In 2 years, price of reagent has gone up, Naira to dollar has changed drastically, and we still needed to implement. So when I was assessed by the monitoring team, I raised this concern. They said it was valid, and they said they will bring feedback with regard to when it is very sound that there was a change. The change was not due to a delay in implementation. It was uncontrollable change. But it's now no response. So my question is, what's the stand of NROF TETFund today when the inflationary change is so, it's not due to you, it's what you could not control, and yet it's so real. You are asked to be as real in your budgeting as possible. You are not permitted to apply projectionary budgeting. You are asked to be real to time. So what's the update about that, please? Thank you.
I think your question is almost similar to what Professor Bamikole has to say, which is about variation. So whether TETFund can accommodate variation when there are intervening problems like inflation and just which will affect the calculation, budgetary calculations. I think that's what you're asking essentially. Okay, that's number 3 now. Number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor, for this opportunity. I also thank the presenter. Thank you, especially for encouraging those of us who have been trying and did not succeed, that we should not give up.
You have to put your question.
It's a preamble, sir. Sir, actually, I started in 2019, and that year my concept notes came through, and I got 100,000 naira. But it didn't scale through the proposal. Other subsequent years, I have been trying, and it scaled through the concept note. But I did not get any money. So last year, unfortunately, it didn't get through the concert note at all. So I became discouraged. I said, I won't try again. Sir, I don't know if there's any way you people can reintroduce that small stipends so as to motivate those of us who will continue to try. Thank you so much, sir.
I take it that you have no question. Okay, so number 4. You have no question because Dr. Bakari was very clear. You cannot but continue to try. Huh? That's all. You have to do your evaluation to determine whether you are doing the right thing. You know, something that there's nothing TETFund can do about that. So, number 4, please. Who's number 4?
Thank you very much. My question is this. Several concept notes will be approved, is given for the projects to take place. But is it not possible that rather than giving concept notes for batches of researches, that money is funded into funding unique specific labs? Is it possible to apply for that using the NRF? Okay.
What's your question?
My question is this. Rather than applying for research funding for specific research, I'm asking if it is possible to apply for research funding via the NRF to equip a unique lab that would take the place of research over time rather than within.
That's not well, yeah. That's not research. You just want to lab. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. So that over time researchers can take
have
place.
Have you read the mandate of NRF?
Yes, I have.
And that question should not arise. Apparently, what you are proposing is that NRF should expand its scope to accommodate every other thing, including what you are suggesting. Is that not what you're saying?
Yes.
Good. So that's your question. Now, the 5th and the last question.
Thank you, the Vice Chancellor. My name is Idara Odo. I'm a principal laboratory technologist of the Faculty of Agriculture. Given the backdrop that without the laboratory technologists or without technologists in the field of research, it may become the field of research may not be complete. Let me put it that way. Without the laboratory technology, especially when it has to do with sciences. How is TETFund going to carry us laboratory technologists along in all of these research grants and all? That's my question.
So you want to be sure what is the place of the laboratory? I think it's straightforward. If there is a research concept note in which you are listed as a participant, you'll be carried along. This is not a union matter. Huh? It's not unionism. It's a serious matter. If you have an idea, even as a laboratory technologist, you can approach your colleague in the academic side of it and say, you think you can do this. Automatically you become a participant in the exercise. And then you develop a concept note. And if you are lucky, you move to the stage of proposal, your name appears, you are accommodated. So it's not an ASU not divide that we are talking about. I guess that's the case. Huh? It's not. So I now yield the floor to Dr. Bakari to answer the questions. And maybe make comment on the comments.
Thank you very much, sir. It's good to be guided and also to sit beside an SAN so that most of the answers are actually thwarted. I think all the comments I've got and the questions are unique in their own rights, and I appreciate all of them. Beginning with, let me start with the concept notes. That someone got up to 5 concept notes through, but none of the proposals go through. And I think one key challenge is NRF committee has not been able to give proper feedback to those who applied for NRF. And we made it very clear, effective this year, that you must be given feedback as to why your proposal hasn't sailed through. And I think that will help to improve your submission next year, and to also make you feel that you are fairly assessed. So we are going to do that, and we told them very clearly. And this also goes similar to, again, another senior colleague here who seemed to be demotivated or dissuaded. You know, I remember Chief Obafemi Awolowo once said this, that success is not rated by never failing, but in rising each time you fail. The truth is this: in this job you find yourself in, the academia, you expect a lot of failures. And as a matter of fact, most of innovations take place through failures. Groundbreaking innovations come accidentally through failures. And I'm serious. A researcher from the Kaduna State University gave this testimony that she always thought TETFund was selective because she applied 6 times. The last time she thought she would give up. She said, I was going to apply for the last time, then she got it. So there is nothing wrong with trying. If anything, even if you didn't get anything, that you should be satisfied with this intellectual exercise. Yes, it's an intellectual exercise. So, again, I'm encouraging you, please, don't be discouraged from these applications. University of Benin has one of the highest representations of the NRF committee. We have over 200 institutions. With 50 members, we already have 2 or 3 members of NRF here, and very powerful members. And I told the VC just yesterday that we'll add more. This is something I don't want to say because we are here live and the rest. But we'll add more because you have so many good hands here that we'll continue to bring in. So please, good things don't come easy. You know, I remember when I was a young boy, I was reading Tash O'Larry's book, May Your Road Be Rough. I read it very well and I believed in it. So don't worry, please. At the end of the day, you will have that aha that you have made it. And so it shall be. So the next is the issue of conference fee. I think it was Professor Wamikole that raised this. I think that has been addressed really. That we are aware that $500 in some conferences is okay, but in some others it's not. Especially when you're going to the UK, if they say £500, it's not $500. Right? So we know that, and it has been addressed. But I assure you that the director of academic staff training is my mentee. She grew under me, and as soon as I return, I'll go and talk to her again, so that there can be an official correspondence. I think that is what the lacuna. The problem is we have not communicated. If we have not communicated, university leadership may not take action. So we are going to do that. But I know we have actually approved many conferences beyond 500. This 500 is just like, you know, they call it in law substantial compliance. Substantial compliance is not the same thing as full compliance, right? So if you have 600, 700, 800, it will definitely go through. but we need communication. But you shouldn't be dissuaded again from participating from those conferences. But I assure you, sir, as soon as I return, I will talk to Dr. Adiza. Then the issue of concept notes beyond the words, the VC has addressed that. Their system will tell you your words. Every computer you have will tell you how many words are there. And even in abstracts, if for conferences, some serious conferences, they give you a number of words. And if it goes beyond it, they will not accept it. You know, it's part of academic discipline to make sure that, you know, we are alert. I believe that is it. So please let us try as much as possible to be as concise as possible and communicate. I attended one course in the UK, and we were given one document like this, about 400 pages, Mr. Vice Chancellor, and we were told to give a summary to the minister, to PAMSEC, and the summary shouldn't be more than 1 page, and it should have everything in that document. It was a huge talk, 1 week. Then after you do it, they now ask you to make that same summary to the minister, but it should be only 1 page, 1 paragraph. After that drill, we went through the same document, make only 1 sentence to the Prime Minister. And that 1 sentence must carry the true message of this document. So this is part of the training sometimes we go through. That when you see us in public policy, you think we know nothing. We do know something small, but not as you do. So, but please try as much as possible to adhere to your own guidelines. Honestly speaking, I stood firm before the committee that it's unfair to say that you are excluding people who research concept notes simply because of words. And I was shut down. The professor said, look, this is not your field. That's not your field. If you say 500 words, we mean 500 words. Don't come in. I say so. I bow out. So I hope you understand. So I understand. The essence is not to punish. The essence is to make sure that you can do it. Yes. So the postmortem issue, this is something is a takeaway. I really appreciate this. Since 2016, when I was the director of academic staff training and development, we tried to have alumni actually of all TETFund sponsored candidates across the country. We had our data, we did everything, we were going further, and something really happened. We went very far with that, but to be honest with you, it didn't carry through. And I also saw the new EST&D director, Dr. Adiza, working on it with the ES again. So I really did something that I appreciate, because it also give us feedback. Not only feedback, it also will be like boundary and others. So and it will be speaking for us. We got to speak for ourselves. I agree with you absolutely. We have been carrying out some other aspects of postmortem. Last 2 years, I carried out a comprehensive justice. And I can tell you that I know exactly what this university needs in terms of your research infrastructure. And that is why I strongly insisted that this university should house world-class multipurpose laboratory. It is approved actually. The only thing is that the implementation will come from next year. I didn't want to say it because these are issues that the board will say. Yes. And we also found out, it may surprise you, that someone was talking about it elsewhere upstairs. Yeah, equipment. It may surprise you. I found one university in northern Nigeria. They have about 180 laboratories. Many laboratories with a lot of duplications, which was not necessary. If there was harmonization, you have maybe 10 good laboratories in that university. It will have avoided those duplications. But we have reached a stage nowadays that every department will have a laboratory. Every unit will have a laboratory. Every senior professor will have his laboratory or her laboratory. And at the end of the day, we keep on repeating, and nobody wants to share. Again, we go back to this issue of hiding and keeping. So this is one key issue that we have to reconsider. And that's why I purposefully insisted we should have multipurpose laboratories. Each of those laboratories is costing about 16 billion naira. It's not a small laboratory. We are doing 6 right now. And next phase, University of Benin, inshallah, will get it. Especially with our VC that want to grab everything. Yes. Then the issue of coming to your such questions. Rank for NRF. The minimum is senior lecturer position. And the reason is this. In the university system, before you are able to So, you see, NRF, one of the cardinal principles is also to be an avenue to help train young career researchers. If you yourself are a young career researcher, you cannot help another person. There's a saying that a child cannot leave a child. Right? So, the idea is this. Through NRF, you even train masters and PhD students. So you will not be eligible to produce PhD students when you are not a senior lecturer. I know and understand clearly that we have very prolific, serious academics that are down the ladder. We know that, and we are not jettisoning or undermining that fact. But the truth is this. Before you arrive in academics, you need time. That's why even if you have 400 publications, you cannot start as a senior lecturer if you have not taught in the university. Am I right? You can't. Because you need to spend some time to understand the workings of a university, to have this mentorship, the academic leadership. It's a process that you gradually internalize. So it's assumed that once you are a senior lecturer, you are now a redneck. So let's wait a bit. What I would suggest very strongly is that for those serious young academics to be part of the NRF application so that they learn more. They have a lot to learn. Believe me, you have a lot to learn from your seniors. But sometimes we, the young, sometimes you think that you know more than what your seniors do. But the reality is that because your seniors know more, that's why they are relaxing. And then you seem to think you know more. It's like a student coming with a discovery, thinking that there's nothing your supervisor has not seen. Yet they encourage you. So that is the main reason why, in fact, last 2 years, we removed that senior lecturer something. And we received so many applications. None got through because of lack of experience. So experience matters a lot. So please, would like to, in my language, they say that a wood knows exactly what a tree is going through, but a tree doesn't know what a wood is going through. Because every wood was a tree. Yeah? So please, we need to understand this and appreciate and work with our colleagues, your senior colleagues. I'm sure they are more than ready to work with you. Yes, you may do more work than them, but under their guidance and supervision. Yes. Someone is talking about sudden changes in inflation. I understand this. But I try to explain this as well, that once we allocate resources, we don't have any money. However, even yesterday I discussed with the VC, there was an issue that was very, very apt and genuine. Something got burned. These are issues beyond our control. And we have to look for money to really replace those things that have got burned so that we get our research completed. Otherwise, we'll have lost our money and the researcher will be frustrated, no doubt about it. But for those of us, for the other side of it, I spoke about rescoping. If your sample is, let's say, 400 people, you can reduce it to 100 people. Yes. And the result might be the same. You know, the problem sometimes is this. Even though we think big, but we start small. But when you start small, you still achieve big. So if, because of certain changes, something happened, you can rescope. Instead of going to assuming you are dealing with a whole region, nothing stops you from reducing it to a case of even this university. And you can still get the result. I will support it. I hope you understand. But if there are genuine reasons why that project must be refinanced, if you like, then you have a very powerful letter convincing us. Again, it's about communication. When you just write casually and you expect that I will understand, I will not understand. You have to say everything. It's like going to court and you are expecting the judge to understand. The judge will not understand. The judge will only see what you have written. So I will say it. So you have to say everything. And the DC must support it. They will consider it. But these are only in exceptional cases. The motivation to continue to try, for me, I'm actually more motivated when I fail. Believe me, you. I'm not joking. Throughout my life, I grew up to be very stubborn. And my father used to be very strict. They will be beating me every day. And every day until I got those beatings, I will not be fine. So I have to create more trouble so I will be beaten. So don't be demotivated by failing. At the end of the day, you turn out, and my parents say I'm a good boy now. I don't know whether I am. But so you succeed. In essence, what I'm saying is this: if you do not stop doing it, you get it. I will find a way of motivating you. And I assure you, as Director of Research and Development in TETFund, I will go back and think about what can we do to motivate those who have been trying and have been failing. Actually, they have not been failing. You have not been failing. The only thing is that you have not been succeeding. Yes. Yes. Then there's a difference between not succeeding and failing. And my colleague, senior colleague, who is talking about window for using NRF window for equipment. You know, as I think my VC has clearly explained this. The goals are very clear. If we were to do that, it will amount to unauthorized environment. We can't do it. The only thing is that, again, I told you, we are supporting labs and equipment. Even this year, we have set aside 25 billion for universities for upgrade of their equipment. Last year, we did 25 billion. We will continue to do that in the next 5 years or so. We are not saying that this amount will be enough or adequate, but we'll do more. And I just told you we're establishing regional multipurpose world-class laboratories. It will reach here. And that will help those in life sciences and other, because it's going to be multipurpose. And the issue of lab technologies will be the final question. And it may interest you to know that this is a group of professionals that I so much value. In 2022, I went to France, had a discussion with the Campus France and with the laboratory technologies in France to retrain our laboratory technologies in this country. I think I want us to listen to this. And using my budget, I set aside 2 billion naira and paid France for this training. The problem was we asked for nominations from lab technologists. They gave us their CVs because France insisted they needed their CVs. But when we don't got their CVs, that's why we started having problems. France said clearly that the kind of CVs we got, they are not trainable. For more than 1 year, I was struggling with them. So we had to move that training from France to Germany. Germany also asked for their CVs. And Germany accused us I have the email of bringing people that are not trainable and they may not even leave the country because of their age. We now moved to Finland. And we decided to do the training. It was supposed to be 3 months training. Finland now said we should start with 1 week training and see how it goes. So we took them to Finland. 25% of them sought for asylum in Finland. Asylum, using all sorts of reasons, from persecution to Boko Haram to this to that. So the Finnish embassy wrote to me. In fact, since that time, sometimes bad things become good. I become their agent. Every visa they ask for, they will now send to me to verify, even now. So they asked me, and I told them that we will take immigration responsibilities of these people. They should be rounded up and sent back to Nigeria. Some of them had actually run from Finland because they are having Schengen visas. Yes, some of them cannot be accounted for. So this is the problem sometimes we create for ourselves. And I withdrew dishonorably from this program. And I'm speaking to technologists now. I'm not saying that this is their position, but this is what some of them did that has really affected my own reputation, affected the reputation of TETFund, and has made us, the entire country, a laughingstock. And that's why up to now I have not done anything for laboratory technologies. I'm still thinking about what to do. Because they need training, but if they need the training, they need training from out of this country. I will discuss with the ES if there's a need to bring people from outside. But the truth is that they will have gone to those countries and see the real labs and how they work and train them for 3 months, for heaven's sake. Some of them are applying for or have applied for asylum. Some of them have run out of the country. On this note, I know it's not funny even though we laughed. And the laughter doesn't mean it's funny. The laughter means it's embarrassing, I believe. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please, can we give Dr. Bakari another resounding applause? Thank you very, very much, Doc. I think that once again, you can see the difference when somebody has two strong abilities. One as a scholar, and then another as a policy manager. So I want to congratulate you for this. All of us at this level will work towards not just being scholars, but also strong administrators. And that's what Dr. Bakari has displayed. You can see the effective way he answered all the questions. There's something I want to emphasize, which I think would help all of us, particularly those who, like you said, did not fail, but only did not succeed. I think that you drew that line. He said it's not as if they failed, but just that they did not succeed. And I think that you made that point, but I think it's necessary for us to emphasize or re-emphasize it, which is that I think TETFund should come up with. I know it's difficult to do, but because of the sheer number of those that will not skate through, because of the huge applicants, the number of applicants. I think it's proper for those who did not skate through to be informed why they did not skate through. It's very helpful, because otherwise you think that some underhand tactics was involved. Whereas perhaps because you just didn't succeed, because you didn't meet the grade. It's very important. Even for those of us who are young scholars trying to succeed in our publication, when we write and we did not succeed in getting published, I recall many years ago, I wrote what I thought was a very wonderful paper. I forwarded it to a journal in the UK. That to do with criminal law, not really my area, but that to do with conviction for murder through circumstantial evidence. It's a very difficult thing. Those of us who are lawyers will know that one of the most difficult crime to prove is murder. When you didn't see the body of the deceased and you didn't see the crime being committed. Most times murder will be committed secretly. But you can use circumstantial evidence to convict, somebody for the offense of murder. And the law has shifted somewhat. So, I got together some papers and traced the law. The rest is history. Anyway, I forwarded this paper to a British journal, and by the time they tore the paper apart, I was so discouraged that I didn't bother to even do the work anymore. But after a number of years, I went back, I saw the comments, and I tried my hand to make some amends, and eventually got the paper published. So I think it's important if, those who have come for applicants don't know where they have faltered, they may not be able to make amends, and they will be discouraged. So I know it's very difficult because it means that TETFund would have to spend a lot of money getting everyone informed, and so please, it's something that will be very nice. And that way, I'm sure many persons will continue to try, even as they appear not to have succeeded once, twice, or even third or more times. On this note, I want to appeal to everyone. There will be a slight adjustment in the program. We would step out now to take photograph. So what? Yeah, I know that. We'll step out to go and take photograph. We'll be asking those on the high table, then the provost and deans and directors would join us to take photograph outside. But before we do that, we want to play the role of a good host, and not only to your humble self, but even to the ears, and indeed to TETFund. And so we don't have much. We are a very regional university, but we are in the city of Benin, and you know what that means. We believe in history. We are a historical environment. So if you look at the logo of our university, you see that it has this historical logo there, which is the bust of the Queen Mother. That was the bust of the first act. As what then you have the two other one, that's the Ada and Ebe. So for Benin, they know what that means. It's nothing fetish, just symbol of who we are. So we know we can't get all that out, but we have something here which we think would signify what we as a university try to do, which is to impact on knowledge, and so on. So you talked about the triad earlier, or triple helix, and all that. So, but we have our own way of defining it, and this is it. So this award, which I'll present to you now, or rather this plaque I'll present to you, is to signify the fact that we're very excited about our relationship, TETFund. I'm happy that you have upgraded us as a beneficiary, but also a partner in this process of trying to advance the cause of, thank you very much, national development. So on behalf of the University of Benin, which I'm honored and privileged to be leading at this moment, I want you to return this back to the years as a symbol of the strong partnership which we have continued to forge, and we believe that we will continue to forge for the glory of our country and advancement of humanity. So, thank you very much. That's all. I think we've done the honors now. We have some awards to give, but we'll go and take photographs after we have made some significant progress with today's business. We'll now read out those who have gained his awards. We'll just suspend it for now while we go and take photographs. Thank you very much, Dr. Bakari. Let me emphasize that program is not dead at all. When we take photograph, we may go to official business. We may return, but in the meantime, we'll plead with you to remain so that we can continue the program following the program, the schedule that's already well listed. Thank you.
Provost, deans, and directors, please join for the group photograph. we are reconvening for the panel session. I'd like us to just settle in so that we can have our discussions and leave here in no distant time. We hope not to waste your time. We are trusting that in the next 1 hour or two, we are out of here. So please, help us help you so that we are out of here in no distant time. So we'd like to welcome you back to plenary. We are starting right away with our guest lecturer. We had a keynote speaker earlier on. Our guest lecturer is ready. Distinguished academics and scholars would like to have your attention now. We are starting right away with a lecture by Professor Ganiyu Obo. He will be speaking to the subject, writing a fundable NRF proposal. I'd like to invite the head of administration, Directorate of Research, Innovation and Development, Mrs. Sonia Okwehi, to do the citation on Professor Ganiyu Obo.
Good day, distinguished guests. Working. Citation on Professor Ganiyu Obo. Professor Ganiyu Obo is a professor of applied biochemistry at the Federal Technology, Akure, Ondo State. He was the director, Center for Research and Development, FUTA, 2017 to 2022. He has won several research grants from bodies such as the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, African Academy of Science, the World Academy of Sciences, International Foundation of Sciences. My shoe starts all over. One house, please.
let me stand on existing protocol. And I have a simple job to do because Dr. Bakari has done the job. So I will spend most of my time motivating and go to some in-depth job. I'll be speaking on proposal writing, precisely on grant. Let me speak to my writing a fundable NRF proposal. That means not all proposals are fundable. So that is not fundable. As I said, not all proposals are fundable. I start my lecture of my audience. I have my reasons. If you are senior lecturer and below, can I see your hands? Senior lecturer and below. No, that's a good one. I have this belief, though I may be wrong, that and still bend them. Professors are dry fish. There's little we can do about it. Though, how far we can go today. So, I said I'll be speaking on writing a fundable NRF proposal. And in the course of speaking, please, I will go beyond trained alone to win NRF. I've been trained to win grants. Say,
Yesu.
Are the challenges facing scientific research? This one is even worse too. Yeah. Inadequate funding is a problem. The facilities are bad. We have those challenges facing research execution in Nigeria. And I can tell you, there is nowhere in the world that you can have sufficient funding for research. From my experience abroad, in fact, for you to sustain your lab, you should be able to win grants. That's why you see that in a department or in a unit, some lab will be short, though there's a professor there, some lab will be active. So if you don't have fund, your lab will not run. So you need fund to get your lab running. Next slide, please. Need-driven research. Why are we doing research? Which type of research? To convince me to put my money, it's not just doing research. I will give you an experience. That happened in Germany. I was in Bonn. We were in a workshop. It was organized by Volkswagen Foundation. They told us something. They said, it will be a waste of time that you are from the developing world. You are doing more of basic research, where this is a place where you have a lot of problems to solve. Let me come again. In fact, they told us in Germany that I'm not saying basic research is not good, but people will really put their money on basic research. Look at the Bill Gates Foundation. They will fund more of malaria. Have you? So grant is to solve problem. And let me just clarify this before people start bombarding me with questions. And let me start with NRF. NRF, with the best of my knowledge, doesn't fund discipline. They fund problem-solving research. Why am I saying this? Some people say that I'm in mathematics, we are not winning grants. I'm in physics, I'm in chemistry, I'm in biochemistry. No, the grant is not to fund your course. It's your ability to use your course to solve problem. Go through the guidelines. Go through the guidelines very well. It's got that it's one problem or the other. You are doing geophysics, geology. How will you use your knowledge of geology to solve problem? That is what those grants are all about. Now, in Nigeria and globally, there are a lot of challenges. We have problem of food insecurity. That one is a serious one. And it is an established problem in third world, in developing world. But like the year I won Umbod, that year, almost all of us that they gave Umbod award to in Africa, we are doing food-related research. We all met in Germany because they believe that that's the problem of Africa. That's the issue of food. Let me now tell you my own story. That what took me to food. My initial training were not in food, but I realized that that is one area you can get grants. That's the truth. My initial training was not in food. I had to move into food because many agencies want to fund the issue of food insecurity. So proposals on food. I did one dummy survey. That was 2 years. Almost all the group that NR has to do with food insecurity. You advise that almost all they gave NRF to. Their project has to do with food insecurity. And you will agree with me that that's a serious problem in food insecurity. Then another thing is security challenge. Very, very obvious. Very, very obvious. You know, when I was at research, we have this Center for Space Research and Application. I just called the director. Don't they have what to put together to trace all those kidnappers? And they put an idea together. And they won NRF grant. Not that they won NRF grant. Right at the defending project on how to insecurity. Not like that. You don't have to start convincing a funder. It's then what about now it's a problem that most of our fact, the alcohol-free beer for diabetes, TETFund funded project, was developed from vitamin. So over the years, based on my personal experience with vitamin and developed several research, how you can improve your brain, because what led me to that was a personal experience. I think that was one of the best things I can ever do. Developing a research around your personal experience. And you can develop this one. When can I keep this one? I told you, I must tell you, most of my research, they are not that line.
This one belongs to this now. You are not regular log that research.
Why can't you put this thing together? And let us go and test it. Are you okay? And you know the beauty of it? Probably when you are defending it, the fellow, your assessor, they are also battling with the same thing. You know, like, I know I've won a number of grants on diabetes, hypertension, HIV, other stuff. You know, sometimes when I'm training those people that are going to defend, I'll tell you that you'll be shocked that out of the 7 panel, about 4 of them are diabetic. So they are interested in your story. And by so doing, you have won them over. So you should be convincing. You know, one of the best way to win grant is to you are going to win your reviewer, your assessor over. It's one of the best ways. So when you are writing, you are more like a lawyer, advocating. Are you okay? So the way you write, it's not just winning the grant, you win your assessor over. I know when I went to defend NRF in 2019, and I was scared of that thing. You know why? The chairman of the panel where I faced was Professor Pamiro, the head of NRF committee. I said, this is one that I'm facing the big guns. You know, when I presented, I know what they told me. They said they are excited. They couldn't ask any question. That was the response that, no, we are excited because, what did I bring? I brought how you can use food to manage and prevent HIV. That was all I brought. And I argued it. I was able to establish my theory, correlate HIV spread to selenium, that the selenium in Nigerian soil is very low. That if you can boost the selenium in Nigerian soil, boost the food selenium, we will reduce cases of HIV. And truly, in fact, we haven't closed that project. We were able to produce biscuits from that project, and they were administered to HIV patients, and it reduced their viral load. In fact, we have the patent already. That was my TETFund NRF grant 2019. We have the patent for that grant already, because the idea then was to address HIV. And so that's the first thing. Your personal experience, I tell people, research is not difficult. If you be observant, I can assure you when you left your house to Uniben this morning, you will see many problems you can research on. Many problems. And that's what I just call me, there's a bad road, somebody splash water with you. It's enough research. It's enough research. So that's why I said it's not rocket science. Then another thing, evaluating the effectiveness of an intervention. We have had various interventions in Nigeria. Educational system, DFI, D3, Mansa, the family, no, various, you can just pick one for the past 20 years. And people in humanities can address that. Let's look at it. What has been the shortcoming? What can we do? That could be a way, that could be a research on its own. Even look at our electoral process. Now, why is it that I can just wake up today, I'm no more in PDP, I'm in APC. Next tomorrow, I'm in Labour Party. Is that what is happening in US? That can be a research. That, let's see this issue of migration without change in ideology. You know, that is, you have only moved. You know, it's like when I was just following this, this Israel-Iran war and the US position. You know what first came to my mind? the style of leadership under Democrat and the style of leadership under Republican. Go and look at it over the years in US. Republican have a common pattern. Democrat has a common pattern. In Nigeria, the same pattern. Irrespective of the party, that could be a study that political people have to do with ideology, not just that you just change your cap and change your clothes. Let me move on, please. Then it could be curiosity about something in the media. A lot of things, you know, there are a lot of write-up in the media. It can become a research. I know years back, one of our former vice chancellor is in fisheries. He just called me. He read something that somebody said that catfish can cause cancer. And I said, come, let us go and develop a proposal on this thing. Let us address this thing. You know, it could be, and you have a lot of write-up online. Abi? Those write-up can become a research idea. It could become a research idea. Just, you were there when we were in Abuja. This my friend from Unilag, just sitting. He said he was talking on prostate, blah, 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 blah. That women, because we are putting on, you know, if us ask, how many of you is wearing pants here? How many of you is wearing this? It's because you are wearing this. You know, I got back to Akure, that became a PhD research. I gave a student right there a PhD work on prostate cancer based on our discussion in Abuja. I said, let us see what we can make out of this information. Then, state of knowledge in the field, solving problem, all topic under discussion, personal values. I'm here to start. Then you are not ready for training workshop. But when I saw 40 minutes, I said it that it's like I will just give motivation, the training will not be there. Next slide. Now, criteria for good research question. I think Dr. Bakari, you will be interested in this one, sir. Because I used to run to your office when we were having problem in Akure with our IBR. When you stop releasing our money. That's why we have to now redesign. We have to redesign the thing. When people wrote very brilliant idea they cannot do. So we now change our criteria to solve that problem. That the first major thing that scored the highest is the feasibility. How feasible is the job? Do you have the competency? Do you have the facility? Because when people will win grant, they realize that they cannot do it. I review for IFS. At least I review their grant process for them. I know one of the times I applied for IFS, they just wrote me that, yes, a good proposal, but your proposal is too ambitious. So when I got to Germany, my host used the same language. Your proposal is too ambitious. I now asked, what's the meaning? He said, you people from Nigeria, that's the way you write proposal. You say you will do this, you will do this, you will do this, you will do this. That at the end of the day, that you don't do research that way. Feasibility. We take our time a lot to assess that. You brought this thing. Can you do it? What do you have? And if you look at it, say that they won't allow you time. Go back to that NRF application form if you have filled it. There are some questions that assist in assessing feasibility. Let me tell you that question. Which facilities are available? Which one can you use in neighboring institution? If you have filled that form once, I will tell you, a lot of people, they will not turn it to activism. In my university, there is nothing. We don't have anything. Which facilities are available? Nothing. Which one can you use in neighboring university? They are as bad as my university as well. Nothing. You know, it says something about the scoring. Go and look at the scoring. There is a score for each of them. If you put nothing, you score 0. You score no. Go, if I take that to go and look at the scoring, and one of those things that thing address is that do you have the capacity, the facilities to address? Okay, the one you don't have, do you have it in a nearby institution to solve that problem? So if you say there is nothing, if we give you that fund, that means you will not do it. important. Feasibility. Then number 2, it should be interesting. It's not just a boring thing. The topic should interest the assessor. In fact, there's a way you put the topic, they look at it. In fact, they will be the first convert. It should be very interesting. And in Nigeria, the problems are obvious. They are obvious. Then it should be novel. There should be novelty. It's not just reinventing the wheel. And the ethical aspect, and it should be relevant. It should be relevant. It should be relevant. It should be relevant to national need. It's not that you are doing what we don't need. Next slide. Now you have done the initial thing. Trying to develop idea. I spent much time on that. The next thing you ask yourself, is my idea really good? The other thing you ask yourself, do I have the capacity to lead this thing? That helps you informing your team. In fact, there are some ideas you will have, but you can never be the PI. Why? I asked him that thing. There was a proposal I developed on climate change. I know nobody will fund it. How can you say you are a biochemist? You said you want to do something on climate change. How does it do? You don't have the training. I have to get somebody in agrometeorology to lead that project. And we won. Because the next thing, you have to be sincere. Do I have what it takes? Then the third question is that, will the funder be interested in my idea? You can have an idea, that may not be the interest of the funding body. So, in fact, sometimes you can even give a call to find out that I have this idea. What they will tell you, no. And they may even refer you that, take for instance, IFS, Fund Applied Research. TWAS Fund Basic Research. So each body has their mandate. So you can't just push something on them. So you have to find out what is their interest. Then the next slide, please. Next slide. Now, I've just started the training now. The other one was motivation. So that's why I said, now, both concept notes and your full proposal. Title is very important. If there's one thing I learned that a lot in Brazil. There's a way you package your title, the message will be communicated. And if the title is very fine, you win your assessor over. Some people, their title is a sentence. And you'll be racking your head, what is this follow up to? What is he trying to do? And let me tell you, you have to know that most of our assessors, they are not patients. They have several to assess. They cannot be rereading your things 5-6 times to make their mind. So make sure you give a title that with a single reading, they get the message. And I will advise you should be less technical. Use plain language. I don't have to go and consult dictionary because I want to assess you. I don't have to. You know, some people, they will do it. Hey, I'm a biochemist using heavy language. I'm a chemist. Yes, I won't tell you I don't know. I will give a score. There's something I learned from IFS, both as an assessor and as an awardee. They will tell us in IFS, notice says an expert in your field must review your proposal. International body, Sweden. So they will advise you, try to be as plain as possible. The first IFS I reviewed, I'm a biochemist, is a proposal from fishery. They send it to me to review. So they will advise you that make sure your language is as plain as possible, because nothing says an expert in your field must review your proposal. So you use language that are plain. Then I get some guidelines. It should be as brief as possible. Your title should be as brief as possible. If I usually advise no more than 9 to 15 words. Just between 9 and 15 words. I know IFS, NRF allows 20. Why must you go to the 20? Why must you go to the 20? If you can get your message across with 9 to 15 words, better for you. Then you include the keywords, and that title should show the purpose of that research. And the title must, yes, there should be the appropriate noun and the verbs. They should be there. Next slide. I gave some examples. Look at the first one. It's one of our grants. It said, production of immobilized industrial amylase from microfungal fermented cassava wastewater. There's something, if the fellow is even humanity, something is there. You are trying to produce an industrial product. Abi? From what is considered as a waste. So the message is very clear. So the fellow does not have to start racking his head. He knows this fellow, there's a wastewater he wants to produce an industrial product from. You get the logic now. Then I have another there. Development, this was the one we wanted in 2019, development of sustainable selenium fortification program as direct intervention for prevention and management of HIV/AIDS in Nigeria. So that one is very obvious that you are trying to address the problem of HIV/AIDS. So your title should be short and the message should be very clear. Next slide. Executive summary. Look here. In fact, if you are familiar with NRF template, if you have been going there, they will ask you to write that one last. That's the last thing that comes up in that template. But after the whole thing, if you are loaded to come forward, there's a reason. There's a reason. If you lose it at this point, no matter how good the proposal is, you may lose all. Why? Most of them form their opinion at this stage. The opinion about your proposal is formed at this stage. And there are major components, because I observe that many of us, we don't know how to write executive summary. Some people, their executive summary is just purely literature review. Literature review throughout. You see, the background of that job, the objective, the methodology, the expected output, the duration, the cost, everything must be there. So, as a matter of fact, mere looking at that place, I should be able to say, this is a good proposal, this is a bad proposal. So, this is a place you take your time. You take your time. I think NRF is even magnanimous. They said 600 words. IFS is 250 words. ICDB is about 250 words. All those information with 250 words you must provide them. I know NRF is 600 words. And you have to address each of them because each of them carries a message. Take for instance, the director was talking about cost. Probably in your own, you said my own proposal is very good. I will need 100 million. Have you? If I'm the assessor, I will never waste my time racking my head. I know this one cannot pass based on the fact that you wrote 100 million. You know the idea now. You know, opinions are formed at this point. So that's why you have to take your time to read that aspect, write and rewrite, and make sure you get your message across. Let me now swing a little to concept note here. Though it's as good as summary. Concept note is not where you waste words. You eat your point straight. 500 words, eat your point straight. Your key points, not there you start dressing words. Next slide. Then our background. I tell people, you make use of empirical data here. You are addressing diabetes. You know, it's like the one we won in 2019. After I wrote the thing, I gave it to a senior colleague to go through it. He said, no, we must involve this professor, Professor Nasidi. That's a safe one. So we now sent the Professor Nasidi read it. He says, most of your data, they are wrong. He now gave us the current status of HIV in Nigeria. We have to now rewrite that as at now, this is the status of HIV. Because you are talking of background. You should tell us, this is the problem. So, and you should give a proper justification why everybody why this project was being funded. Like the one we wrote on HIV, we gave the HIV statistics and we told them the findings in Nigeria that there's a report that pregnant women that were tested that attend antenatal clinic, when they test that are positive to HIV, they have low selenium in their blood. And we also gave the case of China, that the part of China that has low selenium is the disease birth. You know, we have to argue that there's a correlation between selenium in the soil and disease spread. In fact, I know we also told them that countries in Europe that has low selenium, they import food from countries that has high selenium in their soil. That selenium is an indicator of where to bring your food from to correct their own selenium deficiency. We have to give those pictures. Why we should carry out this study? Number one, to know the selenium status of Nigeria, and to now determine how we can fortify Nigeria soil. So at this point, we are not only addressing HIV, we are promoting exports. Then, next slide. Your aims and objective. And let me make it clear here. Objective is not methodology. What people wrote as objective is methodology. Objective is that what do you set to achieve? Methodology is how do you want to achieve it? And let me now make it clear again. Your objective should be achievable. That's why many people have problem with the monitoring thing. You will state objective 1 to 6. They will come, how far have you gone? Objective 1. We thought we can do it then because there was this equipment in Uniport. The equipment is no more there. Objective 2, this one. Objective 3, no. And your objective should be, in fact, at the period they will ask when they come to monitor. Objective 1, how far have you gone? Objective 2, how far have you gone? So you cannot just be telling us the story, and when we wrote it, we thought this. No. Your objective should be achievable. And they should be clear. They should be very, very clear. Next slide. Statement of problem. I don't want to spend more time. Next slide. Next slide, please. Conceptual framework. Very, very important. Most people call me a lot on this one. Professor, how do we write this? It's area people have problem with proposal writing. Let me tell you, every proposal you are writing is hinged on a theory. Yeah? Like in my field, those of us we do all those medicinal things. The difference between you and Alagbo, the Yadoin Agbo, is that what you are doing is hinged on a theory. What we are telling you is that tell us the theory that this your work is hinged upon. And let me now clarify something here. You should be less technical as well. Go to the next slide and come back. Next slide. This is also a conceptual framework. What I wrote here, only a biochemist can understand it. Because if you see GPS, you don't know the meaning. If you see TRX, you don't know the meaning. The iodinase, you don't know the meaning. So, if I put this one there, my friend in mathematics, you are just putting the calculus sign, everything sign. And let me tell you one truth. I will not tell you, if I'm the assessor, I will not tell you I don't know it. I will definitely give you a score. Obviously, that score will not be high. Because I don't know it, and I won't say I don't know it, and neither do I need to call you to tell me I don't know it. What am I trying to say? Try to be as plain as possible. Go back to the earlier slide. All those things I have there, they are all explained here. By the time you read this one, you will get the message. How I believe if selenium gets to the soil, food takes it, I believe it will reduce HIV. I'll just give you the real theory. This is what will happen. This one will react with this one will inhibit this one will bring this one down. It's like when my team, when we want to defend the alcohol-free beer, I know I couldn't go in. I know the team asked, where's the biochemist in the team? The guy came out. He said, how do you think this your beer will work? How do you think? The fellow now came, bitter leaf in the beer, we inhibit our families, it will inhibit this enzyme, it will upregulate this. When it does this, at the end of the day, the blood glucose will go down. Okay, those are the theoretical basis. Every work is hinged on a theory. Now the next slide. Literature review. Good. We take that one for granted. I lost ICDB grant on literature review. The only thing they faulted in my proposal that they said I didn't exhaust enough literature. And it's easier now with the era of Google. It's very easy now. That was the only thing they faulted in the entire proposal, that the literature, I didn't exhaust enough literature. And you don't go about reinventing the wheel. And I will advise. And now you're writing a proposal in 2025. Almost all your proposal, the most recent is 1990. Want to tell us that nothing happened between that time and now. Try as much as possible to keep in the last 5 years, within the last 5 years. Yeah, a lot has happened. A lot has happened. So it's not that even your student, he brings his project, the most recent 1990. You will approve the project. So try as much as possible. The next slide. Project goals. You have the short-term goal, you have the long-term goal, and the project impact. People don't know how to answer that part. As simple as that thing is, I've observed it over the years when I'm training people, and they all have score. That's why, he has given you the, will I say, the original. And sincerely, I encourage people, go and study that score. In fact, I tell them, it's even in the NRF guideline. The score is there. Go and study it over and over. When I'm trying to help people to clarify, I say, this one, not applicable. This one, not applicable. I say, all those not applicable have score. Which area? Not applicable. Mind you, it's a grant. He said it now. They are going to rank, have you? And probably we are going to take 500 or take 200. You take the best, so you cannot afford to lose any mark. That's the secret. In fact, when people come to me, I don't know what to write. I say, go and create a story. Create a story. Any equipment, a nearby university, you create that story. Now, then there's the short-term goal, there's the long-term goal, there's one that comes directly from that project. Then there's the other one that with a long-term impact. Then the third one, next slide, which is the third one, the project impact. Now look here. I'm going to give you 15 million to do the project. I think it is natural for me to know how will this 15 million have social impact. At the end of the day, probably at the end of the day, when I give you 15 million, I complete this my project, it will create more job. Are you okay? So at this level, we want to know how does this thing, how will it, like when we work on the alcohol-free beer for diabetics, some of the things we said is that it will reduce the morbidity and from diabetes, it will create job for the farmers growing bitter leaf. You have to tell us how this thing will translate to social impact. It's not just laboratory thing now that what are we going to see? That is what we need there. That this job, if you give me this fund, I can assure you it will reduce unemployment. More people will, because if people know that bitter leaf can be used to produce beer, more people will go into bitter leaf farming. It will create more job. Farmers will earn more money. Are you okay? And these are things we want to know at that level. The next slide. Methodology. Warning sign again. Okay, I will round up. I think I've said enough. Eh? They said no. Eh? Okay. Okay. They said I should continue. Now, methodology. I'm happy the director stressed it. Your methodology should be logical. Some people will just lump the whole thing. There's a way you will write it. Even the assessor will be happy. Will be happy with you. What am I trying to say? You see, you create a logical order. You know you have your objective. Let me tell you, the first thing somebody will want to know. Does your methodology, does it address the objective? You have 5 objectives. The methodology you stated, did it really address those objectives? Very, very important. So each of the objectives must be addressed. Then, not only that, there must be a logical way that even the reading will flow. Will flow. It's not that you're just writing story, and at the end of the day, the fellow get lost. And there's something I will just tell you at this point. When you are writing your methodology, I will just give you a tip from ABH. Alexander Humboldt. I won their grant on 2 occasions. At the point of your methodology, the equipment you want to ask for, let it be loud. Let it be loud. You can't say you wrote the old methodology, you didn't measure the equipment. You now get your equipment, you now wrote the equipment. They will not say that, but we never saw you using the equipment. So write in your methodology that equipment will feature. There's a way I even do mine. I will create a scenario that as if without that equipment cannot that work. Like when I needed HPSC from Humboldt. I have to create a proposal that HPSC or nothing. So you have to really create why that equipment. So your equipment must feature, the appropriate references must feature. Like normally I tell people you can phase out your work, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, activity 1, in a sequential order. And you will see later why this order is good. Next slide. Now, look at this place. Project activities and outputs. Now, your writing of this section will be easier or difficult depending on how you write your methodology. All I need to do, since I've written them, activity 1, activity 2, I will just list them here. I mean, if you're just writing story, it will be difficult for you. So, you do activity 1, this is the red apple, this. So, sometimes, I'm not forcing it down, but it is easier. And I've used it for several grants. At least, as of today, I've won more than 40 grants. I've won more than 40 grants. So, if I've been doing it, if it's working, that means it can work. So, next slide. Now, your time frame. NRF recommends Gantt charts. If you don't know how to do it, go and learn it. This is what NRF recommends. This is what they accept. Gantt chart. So if you don't know, just go and learn it. You can see the whole thing. Start location 2 months, 2020. The number of months you have, so everything is there. So next slide. Now, data management and analysis. You need to tell us, all those things have their score. How are you going to analyze your data and all those stuff? It should be clearly stated. And the ethical issue, I'm sure the university has ethical approval and all those stuff. Then the third one is monitoring and evaluation. It's there. What are you going to do to ensure that this project is properly executed, that this project will not fail? Okay. So I tell people, yes, money is important. Most granting body is not the money that is their problem. That the project must be delivered. I think that's one mistake. In fact, I've intervened in several issues. It's like this Bible story that you gave me gift. The gift is small. I now kept it. Have you? And you know what the Bible said about that fellow. The issue is not about the money. The issue is about delivery. You know, many of us, it's good to have good accountability, good planning, this thing, but make sure you deliver on your project. You make sure. Let me give you a case. Further on, we address your question. One of our grants, the budget we had for one of the equipment was 6 million. At the end of the day, the equipment was 12 million. It was 12 million. The first thing is that all the members of the team, we have to forfeit our honorarium. Why? We needed that equipment. So we cannot afford to, we now say, okay, let us forfeit our honorarium. Forfeit this. It's those money we added to buy that equipment. Then the procurement activity, the field assistant, and all those things. And another thing, how do you hope to disseminate? Some people will just put not applicable. It carries his score. Number one, publication in high impact journal. In fact, when MIA comes, these are some of the things you are going to show to them. I have published this, so I have published this, so this is what I have published, so. Then, conferences you attended, the abstract. In fact, I knew when they came from my home then, I had to drop the patent application. They already have applied for patent. Because at that time, it wasn't yet out, that this our discovery already, we have the patent application with us. Then, organize seminars and workshops. I know this man organized one day. I was supposed to attend. I had accident. I had to give the lecture online. I know he organized one. And I do organize. I know there was one. That was Selenium. I did that one. I think in this university, in Edo State University. Yeah, that's why we have to do the show. We have to invite farmers so that we show it to them. And the one on alcohol-free beer, we did it in University of Medical Science, Ondo, where we have to present those things to them. Then, next slide, budget. He has said it all. The first thing I was supposed to say, as at now, for NRF, so anything below 2 million, now that they have increased IBR to 5 million, probably anything below 5 million will not be accepted. Because I know there used to be something between 2 million and 50 million. Abi? Not above 50 million, not below 2 million. Now that they have reviewed IBR to be 5 million, between 5 and 50 million, and it's logical. If you are applying for 3 or 4 million, why don't you apply for IBR? 10 million. Okay, now. So, then, I was training a group. You see, these are rules. Every grant has its own rule. The first thing, you study the rule. Take for instance in NRF, 20% for personnel, not above 20. Get it clear. And normally, I advise people, because especially the PI, out of the, let's say the total private grant is 40 million, 20% is about 8 million. You, the PI, out of a team of 10, you said you are going to take 5 million. It causes problem. In fact, some team has problem in Abuja with that thing. How can you say out of the 10 million, you the PI, you're going to take 5 million. What that one tells me as an assessor is that you're after the money. That is the money you want. As a PI, I will bet you should be mad. 1 million, I think it's PI. It's better than zero. At least somebody was advocating for 100,000 that time. I mean, so 1 million is better than zero. Then for NRF, no more than 20% of your grant should be for honorarium. And it's not for the PI alone, it's for everybody in that group. Now let me tell you, at least I'm still having a project of NRF I'm doing now. I tell them, if there's something we don't pay early, is that honorarium. If you want to scatter your group, start paying money from the beginning. You may end up not doing that project. Then, number 2, once you run into trouble, the only money you can run to is on the honorarium. Usually, we don't give our, like me, I don't give honorarium early. Because once you run to any trouble of this, the money you can always run to, because it's your own salary, Abi? And when M&E comes, we explain to them that this is where we took this money from, to add to this, to do this. And nobody will penalize you for releasing your own personal money. Then, another thing, equipment, building, ultimate, that one, for NRF is 25%. Not more than 25%. A group came to me, I was trying to go there. The man insisted, hey, we need this equipment. NRF should understand. These are rules. Are you okay? In fact, I like the new template. As you are loading, if it's above, it will flag you. The new template will flag you that is above 25%. The new template. Then the next thing, consumables, that one is open, is flexible. Data analysis, project administration, and all those ones. Those one is flexible. I think the other one is now 3%, that 3 or 5% travels. They have limited that, and because of our friend in humanities, they will pack all the money there. So they have limited travels now. Next slide. Let's move out of this place. Team member, I would like to speak on this. When somebody was asking question, that technology is there. I just told the registrar that I normally have technologists in my team. That I have technologists, so I'm surprised when she was asking. Either international or local grant, there are the role of technologists. So normally they are part of my team. How do you constitute your team? That's one thing I pick from our training in Dubai there. On how to constitute team. It's not just putting names for the sake of putting names. The role should be defined and they should be relevant. And above all, it's not a team of all professors. You may never get results. Because all the professors will be doing is that will be doing the talking. Who will run the errand? Nobody. You're a professor. I normally say to my university that if you don't want a report from any committee, make all of them professor, you will not get report. Because everybody will just do the talking. Nobody will run the errand. That's why you have the professor, you have the middle cadre, and you have the lower, you have the mentee. It should spread. One guy won grant in my university. In fact, NRF, they have to ask him, go and remove those professors there. Let me tell you why. The guy is a senior lecturer. And he has about 6 professors in the team. And right when he came to defend it, he was asked, go and remove. That you cannot manage them. And that's the truth. They ordered him that go and remove some of those professors. He was asked to only retain his supervisor, that remove others. And that's the truth of the matter. You know, I tell people, when you are planning, it's easy. When money comes, it's a different story. It's a different story. So at this level, you have the higher one, middle, and the lower cadre. Now, another thing again. Gender balance. There was a time people in our center of genders, whatever, came to me. They wrote a proposal of all women. I said, you people are not serious. That when we talk of gender, we are not talking of women. That don't have put some men. There should be a balance. Some people just find the whole thing, they are all men. No, there should be gender issue here. And there should be role for mentee. There should be role for mentee. It's not just that all of us put some PhD students, some master students, some young, in fact, as a matter of fact, they are the ones that will do the job. That's the truth. So they should be part of that team. And let me tell you, your team will determine if that job will be delivered or not. If you have a team you cannot control, the PI will be held responsible. Next slide. Now, the narratives. Format. He has said a lot about format, even both in the concept note and in the main proposal. They give their rules. These are no more than 300 words, more than 400 words. Then, another thing, focus. Your proposal should be sharp. It's not that you digress. Your proposal should be focused. Where you are going to, what you are driving at should be very clear, right from the beginning. Then, number 3, your budget. To save time, I didn't do much on budget. Then, sometimes when you are writing a proposal, you'll be frustrated. It's a normal thing. And what I will advise you, close it. Take time off. Go and relax. Have a nice time. You can come back to it again. But you are frustrated and you are forcing your head, idea will not come. Like me, I have a team. I don't have that problem. I normally work, we discuss idea. We work together. In fact, before an idea comes to proposal, we have discussed it severally. People have chipped in their opinion, add and minus and all those stuff. Then, graphics. I love that. Come with graphics, bar chart, pie chart, figures. That can be pictorial. You know, sometimes reading can be boring. It can be boring. So, you look at the graph, HIV profile in Nigeria, you give the graph, let them be pictorial. Then, submission deadline, very important. You know, I will speak on that a little because I've been victim. The first one was DFID. I applied for DFID grant. I asked my student to load it. He loaded the grant without budget. Is it without budget? But in the last day. So when he submitted, those who replied that I didn't put budget, I didn't check my mail until the following day. So when I now checked my mail, they said no. Deadline. That is a negative one. Now a positive one. I submitted my proposal, it was NROF before the deadline. My student that loaded it, it didn't load budget justification. I have to, and you know, once you submit, it will log you out. You can't enter again. I have to contact NRA that I have this problem. We didn't load this thing. And I said, since there's still time, we will open the portal for you. You can reload. So my advice is that you don't wait till deadline. Now let me not tell you my experience with NRA. If possible, avoid the last week. The last 3 days, even last one, the thing was collapsing. I know I have to be calling the chairman that because why? There are prayer on the portal. So why don't you avoid that period? So he said something, you start before they even call. Abi? It's not that when they call, hey, you know, that thing is so funny. I will tell you something. You know, sometimes you may load and it didn't load. I've experienced it severally. How do I know? You thought you have loaded the whole thing. When you now watch, you now click review. It's called that there are some places and you have submitted, you assume you have submitted some things you are not actually loaded. How do I normally know? You know when you are loading, one thing will just appear on your screen. Technically, anything you load around that time will not load. So if you have time, you can always go back. All those empty spaces, you will refill it. So avoid deadline. Then the thing should be short and simple, and it should be users friendly. Next slide, please. Now what happens? You have submitted your proposal. Yes. If you can pray, you pray. I mean, if you can fast, you fast. I will tell you why. You know, you wrote something. Somebody else will decide it. His mood can even kill the proposal. Rather they fought with his wife before you even pick your own proposal. Everything. This jargon. Whereas it transfers his mood. That's where the God factor comes in. That the guy should be in the right mood, though. Yes, Friday is in a wrong mood where you think, very good proposal, but it's in a wrong mood. So you have to, if you know how to pray, you pray. Then the next one, next slide. Now, you have submitted. There are two possible outcomes. Have you? You know, next slide. Most time, in fact, that is one of my, whenever NRF release their result, that's one of my busiest days. People will call me, this thing is still showing red. I'll say, be patient. No, I receive call a lot. They will now say to me, Prof, what is happening? The thing is still showing red. It's still showing red. I don't want to tell you that it has been denied. I will just say, probably they are still loading. Most time, this fellow, you don't hear this fellow's story. It's this fellow you will hear his story. This fellow will come out, I won, he will jubilate. In fact, NRF did what I didn't like. 2 years ago, they released the result 31st of December. When people were planning to go for wash night service. In fact, when people lamented that day, that if I thought they want to do it, why this day? 31st December. That's when they released the result. In the evening. I knew I was planning to go to church when the result came. So, but either way, we have said it over and over. In Grantmanship Palace, winners don't quit, quitters don't win. That's the truth. Winners don't quit, quitters don't win. You keep on trying. Next slide. Now, if it is rejected, is that the end of the road? No. In fact, most grants that won at last, they were rejected once. That's the truth. Even sometimes you will pick your proposal, you wonder, why am I the one that wrote this rubbish? You will see some things that are, why should I write this way? You will see it yourself. So you just keep it, you relax, you read through again, and you repackage. Next slide. Now, why proposals are rejected? Why? Number one, low value addition. You are not bringing anything striking. There's nothing striking that you are bringing. Number two, research scope is too broad and it's unfocused. There is disconnect between title and content. Number three, little originality in research. There's nothing new you are bringing on board. Then, poorly written executive summary. I told you, I spoke about that. Then, poorly stated research objectives. Next slide. Now, unsatisfactory methodology. Look at all the methodology you wrote didn't address what you said you want to do. Then if the thing is just mundane thing and research emphasize on is too localized and it's not competitive, and if you have a budget that is outrageous, you know, there are some budget thing. In fact, I will tell you the truth. Whenever people are going for NROF in my school, normally at the level of concept note, we don't do any serious training. Push your idea out. Those people that won, those are people who not train. But the area of budget, we will bring an expert to train them on budgeting. Normally I will train on another area, this. But that budgeting will not say, come, somebody should come and teach you how to budget. So at the level of concept note, all of you go and try your luck. Those people that survive that one, those are the ones we now reckon with, okay, come. We will now place you on training on how to write. Then, next slide. Next slide. There's a disconnect between me and the ICT man. Oh. Next slide. Oh, the fellow is not responding. Eh? Now. Number one is a part of the institution now. If there's no serious oversight from institution. In fact, I knew when I was director, I had to set up M&E in my university. We have to set it up to monitor the activity of the grantee. And where they will be requested for reports quarterly. Then, the other one is if the PI does not show enough integrity. You know, recently, NIH in US, they wrote something. Most of the NIH grant, may I tell you, is based on individual integrity. Technically, they give individual, the people they know, people they can trust with their grant. I've supported, I've been, a mentor for several NIH grantees. But once they know you, they know your integrity, we can trust our money with you. If I want international fund, that's what they do. It's not totally about the science. Can we trust you with our fund? Very, very important. Next slide. Next slide. Now, I told you it's not TETFund alone. There are a lot of grant awarding bodies. A lot. A lot. I wrote some here. Academy of Science for Developing World. I won several grants from them. Swedish International Development Agency. They are the owner of IFS. AVH. African Academy of Science. Shadid Academy of Science. International Foundation of Science. DFID. ICGB. IDRC. EU. These are bodies, they give grant. They give grant. So it's not TETFund or not, if I did get TETFund, I will die. No. There are a lot of grant awarding bodies. Then, that will now address the question somebody asked there, the issue of CADA. I will tell you something. You know, I'll be an IFS awardee. So I now apply. Said they have gone online. They have seen my profile. Discovered that you are an established scientist. Don't apply again. Ask your student to apply. So all I did, I gave the proposal to my student and he won the grant. There are some grants you are at advantage if you are in early career. Some grants are for early career and there are some grants that are for senior persons. So there are a number of grants outside there which is more for early career scientists. Then next slide. Look at. You have TETFund, which is what everybody's eating now. Then there's certain, that's why I'm very happy. When I saw this one, in fact, and now that I saw it, I tried to look at their face. They are young, which I will call the catch them young mentality. It was a very good one. I'm running off now. Now, like, I was very happy because I was caught young. My first grant was 50,000 naira. That grant was to do my PhD work. And from there, you know, when you start winning, you want to do more. Have you? So when I saw that, I said, this is a very good project. It's a very good one. Next slide. Now, a word of caution, and I will conclude with that. Every grant is good. I say research grants are won, not just by the best, but the best of the best proposals. So, that's why you cannot afford to just allow any score to go. When I'm training, I'll tell you that maximize your score. Under objective, if you can score 5/5, score it. Under methodology, because this thing will be ranked. With that, I will say thank you.
A round of applause for Professor Ganiyo Obo again. That was quite insightful and robust. I know we have questions for him. Abi? I know we have questions. You don't have questions? You don't have questions? That makes my job easy now. So a round of applause for yourselves if you don't have questions for him. All right, so we move quickly to the panel session. We are collapsing the two sessions into one so that we don't take your time. The panel session is going to be very short and it will be chaired by Professor Mrs. Enabulele. A round of applause for her. Prof. Ma.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know we have been overloaded already, but this session is important because we have some people in our midst, our own university staff, who have benefited from grants. So I'll start first by introducing Professor Musibao Adungbe Bamikole, Professor of Herbivorous Animal Nutrition in the Department of Animal Science here at the University of Benin. He has over 90 publications. He's a postdoctoral research fellow at the Institute of Subtropical Agriculture, Chinese Academy of Science, a senior Fulbright research scholar at the Department of Animal Sciences, University of Florida. He was the Director of Research and Development at the University of Benin for 4 years, and his tenure achieved 62% and 73% of the total number of IBR and NRF grants won respectively in the University of Benin. So Professor Bamikole, you are welcome to this session. Sitting next to him is Professor Saitin Godwin Igaro. He has also secured multiple prestigious research grants, and he was the first senior lecturer to win the TETFund National Research Fund for his groundbreaking work on environmental and cancer risk assessments in Nigerian breast cancers. He is also a recipient of the TETFund Institution-Based Research Grant, TETFund Academic Manuscripts and Book Development Grant, and the UK Analytical Chemistry Trust Fund Fellowship. Professor Igaro, you are welcome to the panel. It's not just about men, so that the women don't think that women don't get grants. I don't know if she's supposed to join us virtually. It's Professor Evelyn Uwa Edosoma. She's actually a distinguished professor of parasitology in the Department of Animal and Environmental Biology here at the University of Benin. She has also won TETFund grants and several other grants. That's why they are parts of the panel. So now I would just to kickstart these question sessions, I will be asking our panelists some questions It may cover what you have in mind. If it doesn't, please do take note of your own questions. So I will start with Professor Igaro. Now, looking back at your first funded proposal, or will I say even your first not failed but not successful one, what do you now recognize as a critical mistake that researchers should avoid at all costs? Professor Igaro, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Nabulele, for the question. I want to say that the very first thing I would tell any group, any group trying to put up a research proposal is never to undermine clarity against complexity. When you're writing your proposal, just be as clear as possible, because the people reviewing it may not necessarily be your subject area reviewers. They may be policy reviewers that don't understand your technical jargons. You just place emphasis on clarity and forget about too much complexity. So the example I want to give is that we wrote a proposal in 2018 on Lassa fever. The leader of that team, she wants to put some languages there, but at the end of the day, the languages she put there were too medical in quotes, and we lost her. We did not get that grant. For example, we wanted to look at what was defined as research location. She maintained that, being the senior in that team, she said research location is Edo Central, Ekpoma area where there was Lassa fever. Instead of us to look at what TETFund defined as research location, we're looking at our experience and taking our experience. So when that put that area, but TETFund told us that location is where you want to do the research. So those techniques of previous research should not be looked at. You have to look at what the granting body is specifying in terms of the definition of the jargons or the language you need in terms of writing that research proposal. So I would advise that people should avoid using complex languages, too much professional languages. Use clear languages that even averagely educated person will understand. That's my first advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Igaro. Now to you, Professor Bamikole. Now, many promising proposals still get rejected. In your experience, both as a grantee that has benefited from grants and as a previous director of research and development, what are some subtle but common errors that researchers often make that leads to disqualification or a low grading?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Let me start from this angle. I've been on ground in Uniben since 1999. This is my 26th year. And I know that University of Benin is blessed with brilliant researchers. As a matter of fact, many of us should be winning research grants. But I've observed that there is this fear of seeing grant writing as a difficult task. And I want us to try and see that this is a very, very simple task. The mistake many of us make is that we try to rush in proposals. And at different fora, I've strongly advised that most of the time we have to submit our proposals are not always enough. Like one of the, I think the director, Dr. Salio Bakari, mentioned that the best approach is that we should spend ample time to develop our proposals. We don't have to wait until when there is a call, not just NRF. Most of the grant windows, we can begin to create pool of research proposals. As I speak to you, my pool are inexhaustible. That is it. At my leisure time, of course, I'm an expert in my area, and as we are experts in our different area of specialization, we know what are the gaps. We know what are the trends. So at our free time, we can write proposals, even if it's at zero draft. What is zero draft? It's a concept note that you can quickly retrieve from your pool and improve upon whenever there is a call for proposal submission. Because it has to do with money. And the funding bodies really want to invest in a proposal or in a team that will produce results. Each of them has the main reasons for making the fund available. And you meet an applicant must help them to also achieve those missions, the visions and the objective of setting up those proposals. So we need to spend quality time, and the time we have to submit when there is a call is not always enough. So I would suggest strongly that let us adopt that practice of having a pool of research proposals that we can build at our leisure time. Also, it is very, very crucial, just like Professor Ganiyu Obo rightly mentioned, that those key components of research proposals that must be read by the team reviewing or evaluating our proposal, that they must read. We must not joke with them. In fact, in most cases, most proposals are screened at the level of the title. The title must be very, very attractive and must appeal to them to do further reading. Like I said, the executive summary is very, very crucial. Most team or evaluators will not even bother to go further if your executive summary is not making sense. Objective, like you rightly mentioned, is also very crucial. The objective must be very, very smart. He said it must be relevant. It must be smart. SMART is an acronym. S stands for specific. M stands for measurable. A stands for achievable. R stands for relevant. And T stands for time bound. So each of those key components, there are ways by which they have to be developed. And we must ensure that we know or we learn the skills of developing those key components of our proposals. Also, it is crucial that we are familiar with the essence of setting up that grant. A case in question is the TETFund grant. There are two windows. One is IBR, one is NRF. I have discovered that many of those who lost out with NRF are writing NRF proposal as if they are submitting for IBR. So funding bodies have windows of grants, but we must get familiar with what are those things that I need to satisfy, those conditions that I need to meet before applying for any of those grants. IBR, for many years, we've been saying that it's essentially for basic research. NRF is for innovative research. That's why the money is large. 50 million naira is not a small money. If you are submitting for NRF and you are submitting basic research, you obviously will not get it. So the belief is that you've done many basic research, and at this point, with your experience, your maturity, you should know what innovations you can bring out from those long list of basic research that you have carried out. So, those small details are very, very important. And lastly, mentorship is very, very important. Mentorship. In our departments, in our faculty, we know those that we can relate with. And if you are a mentee, you must be a responsible mentee. In the sense that it's not to throw the proposal back to your mentor. You must have done enough job, enough work on your own. He is to guide you. He is to finish the work up. Most of the time when I see when some junior colleagues approach me that I should be of help, and I say, okay, go and bring your draft. You essentially see that he or she is just asking you to rewrite everything all over. No, that is not the way it works with mentee-mentor relationship. You must put in reasonable effort for him or her to support you. And the issue of getting your proposal rejected, that should not bring discouragement. I do say that the fact that you have not won a grant is not enough to say that you have not gained anything. In the course of putting up your draft, making that effort, you must have gained something. And that's going to help you to improve on that proposal and do it better in the future. So, the secret is that keep on writing. Keep on trying. I'll give you an example. Our NRA that we won in 2021, in 2020 it failed. It failed. But we didn't give up. In 2021, we were successful with 40.8 million naira. That's a lot of money. The same year, we submitted two. The other one failed. From the experience of the previous year, the one that failed when we got one, we resubmitted, we reworked it, and the following year, we also got it, but led by another team leader. A director rightly mentioned, which is very true. You can't be a team leader in two proposals in one grant cycle. You can lead one, another member of your team can also lead another one. So it is not a difficult thing at all. It's to develop interest and keep on trying your hand. When we leave here today, I want to strongly appeal that little we have learned, let's even ask ourselves, you don't have to wait for a call. Begin to write concept notes that will address problems, either in your immediate environment or at national level, and begin to create a pool. And any opportunity to learn, what I've known is that when it comes to the business of grant writing, there is no time for you to graduate. I tell you, there is no time for you to graduate. All of us are learning. And for us to continue to improve, we must continue to make efforts. I'll give an example. There was this program that VICB organized on grant writing. That was late last year. Then I was director of R&D, Unibank. I also applied. We had about 13 weeks of intensive training. And at the end, I gained a lot. So, we must continue to develop ourselves. And at the end of the day, the reward is very, very big. Not in terms of money, also in terms of improving the quality of our publications. We know where the world is going. There is no hidden place. With the advent of H-index, when you go for a conference, before people decide to listen to your presentation, they will do a background check by looking at your H-index. Should I waste my time listening to this fellow or not? So, we must all continue to make efforts.
Thank you very much,
with you that
Professor Bamikole.
Definitely.
If we leave him, we will
story.
speak for another 2 hours. Thank you very much. I don't know if Professor Edosoma is with us now. Okay. Professor Josova, this question is for you. We welcome you to this panel session. Yes. Okay. So how can researchers better align their proposals with the strategic priorities of TETFund and other funders without losing their own research voice or originality? Professor Edosoma, over to you, please. You have 2 minutes.
Wow. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Okay, we can hear you loud and clear.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. I want to say it's a privilege being a part of this workshop this afternoon. I have gained a lot. I listened to Dr. Saliu Bakari. I listened to Professor Ganiu Obo. In fact, I would say they have answered almost all the questions that we have. Anyone who listened attentively from this morning till now would have gained a lot to be able to put together a good proposal that is fundable. So, identify major activities of your research project that are, and the output expected at the end of each activity. For you not to lose your focus, you have your ideas, you have your guidelines for the funders, and as long as you follow them strictly, I do not think it affects your ideas. Professor Gani Obo talked about several strategies that we need not to lose focus of our ideas. For instance, we know we should have a good statement of purpose. A good statement of purpose is very important. Your ideas are unique, you pursue them, but you must follow the guidelines of the funders if you have to have your proposal accepted. You must present clearly the various activities of your project and the expected outcomes. That way, the funding agency will see everything. And I believe that if you have a sellable idea, an innovative idea, a pioneering idea, and you are able to present it well, as has been addressed by the first, second, and third speakers, you will not lose your focus on your idea or on the goals of your project.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So just one last word from you. If you were to give one piece of advice to an early career academic who plans to apply for the TETFund grant, please, what would it be? 1 minute.
All right. My advice is one. You should team up, or better still, seek mentoring from a former TETFund grantee or a good proposal writer, someone who has won several grants. Just as we have learned today, somebody like Professor Ganil, he has won many grants. Professor Bamikoli, many of us in the university. You must seek advice. When I sent him my proposal for the NRF, I had 2 topics. I had to send it to people who helped me look at them, and at the end, they advised me on one of them. And the one they advised me on actually was the one that
was now funded. Be strategic in couching your topic, as has been said, with a strong statement of purpose. Note that a good concept note does not mean a research proposal will be funded. So you must work hard, have a good team, a team that is made up of senior people who will guide a good PI, then other researchers. Multidisciplinary research is very important these days. Research is not just me and myself or just a few people in your area. You must reach out. Just like Professor Ganiu said, he's a biochemist, but he has gone into other areas whereby he has to bring in a soil scientist when he was talking about selenium in foods and all that. In my own research, I had to bring in social scientists, ICT, engineers, and I'm a scientist myself, although I lean towards gender. That's also my heartbeat right now. So when you get a multi-dimensional or diverse team, it is very important. Also, it should be a gendered team. In most researches, people you should make sure you have male and female. Also, have the elderly, that's the experience, and students who will also learn through the research. By the time you have a good team, as I said, a diverse team, multidisciplinary, gendered, and then you have people you are going to mentor. That also will help you sell your...
Professor Dosoma. So, one last word, Professor Igaro, please, just a piece of advice to an early career academic applying for TETFund grant. A piece, please, a piece of advice.
Okay, I would say go for as many trainings on grant writing as possible. Be a mentee with a mentor, and avoid sentiment in setting up your research group. Don't use friendship or comradeship to set up. Use specified and specialized ability to perform within the research group to set up your research group.
Thank you very much, Professor Igaro. Professor Bamikole, one last word from you.
Thank you very much. I want to say again that grant writing is an art. You must continue to learn how it is done. And be rest assured that the reward is very, very great. You will never regret it. Spend quality time to train yourself on the business of grant writing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much to our panelists. They seem to love to talk about grants. So I want to thank everybody that stayed behind to join this panel discussion. If you have any questions, you can put on the group chats for those on the group chats, and we'll be able to address them. Thank you.
A round of applause for the panelists, and more importantly, Professor Mrs. Enabulele. Thank you for chairing that session. Please, just give us a moment. We'll be rounding off soon. Quickly, let me invite Dr. Charles Osbarunwese to do a recap of today's workshop and do the grouping for Clinic Day. Dr. Charles.
Once again, I stand on the existing protocol, and I want to thank distinguished professors for their enlightening presentation today. I think today we learned a lot on research, writing, and grants. Once again, thank you. We want to, on behalf of the directorate, thank everyone. We know we took your time very, very well. You know, it's time consuming. I must appreciate you for standing here today and bear with us. Once again, we thank you. We have a exciting day today on research, and I believe thereafter we'll make an impartial research for the development of the University of Benin. Thank you, and we are going to place a feedback form online for each and one of us to fill on this research matter. Tomorrow we'll have another exciting day based on the flyer to share. We'll be back here tomorrow again to continue for the grouping, so that at the end we'll have an imparting session. Once again, thank you. Have a blessed day. We love you. Thank you so much. God bless.
The time for tomorrow is 10 a.m., but we're expected to be seated before 10 so that we can start on time. Thank you so much.